Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, my fellow YouTubers. Welcome to another edition of Mary Sky Rita Lee's video blog of Mary Sky. Seems I got two things I got to do eventually. One, clean my glasses again. Apparently, they're getting freaking grungy to the point where I can't barely see. Two, no, that ain't real news, by the way. And two is I need to clean my laptop screen. Looks like it's getting grungy too. Otherwise, welcome to Mary Sky Rita Lee's channel. I'm Mary Sky. Today we're going to be talking about prepping. World news, what's going on around the world. So, and more. I had this dream last night that was really, I don't know how to explain it. Maybe I won't. Pee Wee was always the one that could translate to a point, but you guys got to keep prepping because we preppers are going to be in trouble. That's the thing. We preppers we're going to be in trouble. So Chloe said she's just got some countertops to clean up and some stuff. So I might want to get some more paper towels though. We're running low on a couple items anyways. The son of a bitch keeps fucking moving my paper towels around. She needs to clean the table up again too. So I woke up this morning. Chloe was complaining about something or other. I've been trying to get a hold of Dinky today. My cousin Dinky on stuff. Tony, on the other hand, I think he fell asleep last night again. I'm tired. I wish Tony would just turn around. Let me guess. The table's wet. That's why Chloe freaking didn't clean the corners again. She always does that, and then my shirt gets wet. Anyway, so Chloe and I were talking about she got all the dishes done at least. That's partially earning of her hard drive. The other partial is something else. So I talked to Chloe, right? Talking about prepping. Apparently, she's got a spending problem. So I told her freaking therapist this. We got around her therapist things, and let's just say it wasn't good. Wasn't good, but it wasn't bad either. So basically, the stockings Dinky's making. Apparently, I'm having problems with all parties. Apparently, Dinky's supposed to contact me. So anyway, for some of you preppers out there, I want to say welcome. Food prices have gone up. That's the thing. Food prices are going to go up. Apparently, the Republican Party has got some hand, I believe. Remember, I'm playing devil's advocate here. Don't claim I'm a leftist. Playing some deal to cripple the U.S. economy so they can get the votes. Unfortunately, so far, a lot of women are basically going to balance out their budget. Let me tell you how I think the women are going to make it. All right. I'm forecasting the federal government's going to extend food stamps after December. I think they're going to basically find a way to extend them because of other things. Maybe it's going to be job loss or whatever. But anyway, look at it, right? The government's going to have to cut off the tap eventually, but I think right now the government's also knowing that they will have to help back up to buy the votes by keeping the food stamp. Now that the food stamps are being extended till December, I believe it's December 16th. Apparently, there's a lot of war going on because a lot of people in this country are angry. They're like, they're afraid. Let me put it to you this way. I was talking to someone last night about this. They're afraid that we're going socialism. So apparently it says Biden's going to pardon all people on offenses of marijuana possession. Wow. So apparently at least 2 dead, 6 injured, series of stabbings in Las Vegas. You see, this is really bad because remember what I said? I said they will find a way to harm people, and they did. I also read somewhere about so apparently they're trying to say we the GOP or a Republican, the Grand Old Party, the GOP wants to do a OPEC collusion crackdown. I mean, literally, the news is just bumbling with things. I mean, literally, people are worried about the price of gas. So, one of the Proud Boy members have pleaded to seditious conspiracy. Yeah. So it says prosecutors indicting Trump by December. Um, um, so apparently, one of the Oath Keeper leaders was in contacts or in contacts with yeah. So basically, we're looking at a lot of stuff coming down the pipe, and this is where I want to prep you for all of this. So, you know, so basically what's happening is for you preppers, food's going up, okay? The government says, oh, you got to worry about this, worry about that. Which reminds me, let me move my tabs around so I can finish up here. I have a couple things I want to look at real quick. All right, so we're done with that tab. I want to check on Dow Jones because everyone's like, "Oh, you need to look." I got like 80 emails this morning. No, I don't want Dog Jones. I want Dow Jones. Damn freaking Google. The Dow Jones dropped 346 points today. Didn't do too bad. So at the closing of the bell, it's opened at 30.2006. The high was 30.2039, and then at close, um, it closed at 4 p.m. at approximately previous close was 32.87. Okay, so basically it went down 346 points. I mean, literally, it goes up, it goes down, it goes up, it goes down. No one cares if it goes up, no one cares if it goes down. What people care about is it stays where it is. So think of it, you preppers. Now, for some of you out there wondering, okay, for my prepper family out there that watch me, love me, and say, Rita, you're a better prepper out there than most people. Thank you. I appreciate it. So basically, here's the deal, okay? Something's going to happen, okay? You can sit there and hear all these preppers out there. They're going to say, oh, well, World War III, we're going to all die. Well, let me put it this way. If there's World War III, and I'm not going to cut the BS, we're all dead anyways. Fallout's going to kill us. So don't even freaking worry about World War III. Put that on your back burner of your brain. Focus on what's important. A, natural disasters. I mean, all of them. Whatever your region is, prepare for it. Look at E. Ian didn't do too well either, right? 2, prep for other things. I want to give you some prepping tools that might just save your life. I call it tools, but it's mostly advice, all right? When you're into something, fishing, for example, never get out of your hobby because that hobby will save you. You like fishing? Learn how to... I'm here, over. I'm going to call you because I can't hear you. How many cans I want of what? She should have used judgment and be like, grab 3 cans, until she gets out. It's Thursday, right?
Hello?
Yeah, what's up?
Okay, so I'm at the little store.
Grab, you know how many you usually grab, 2 or 3. Yeah, 2 to 3, all right? Thank you. Toodles.
You want me to cover that for you? Because I already have my money.
Shit. Yeah, I guess. Fine, whatever. You should have done it, damn it. Damn it, that'd be fine. Okay, bye-bye. Yeah, that'd be fine. You should do that too. You should have done that. Fine. So the dumb shit son of a bitch, right? Basically knows I'm struggling, right? Doesn't want to part with anything. Doesn't even want to take this and take that. I set up an account where I can move money around, right? So that account, I could basically sit there, and whatever goes into it is used for spending. The rest of my money is paid for bills on my main account, right? So they gave a temporary card to the new account, and yet Chloe's like, oh, I forgot the card. Getting tired of her being freaking. So let's continue, shall we? So Tony, of course, emailed me. Emailed last night. He actually made a very good statement. Chloe's out, so I can actually share it. Chloe didn't understand the joke. I actually was laughing my ass off at Tony's answer. Now, Tony was cool, man. Tony was awesome. I'd love to StreamYard with him again. Tony, if you're watching this, bro, the problem is your phone. So don't think it isn't your phone. It's your phone. Your phones and your Wi-Fi is giving trouble. So the other day, Tony posted... he always posts a day. He posts, sometimes I reply to those. No, yeah. So this one here was when Tony was angry on the 30th. Let me read you some of the comments too, by the way. Keep prepping. We're not done talking about prepping. Said, great live, Rita. Just want to say, Higgins, I'm not an arse kissing anyone. I watch his channel to watch Rita, not to listen to you crying because you can't scrounge off the government. Actually, he's on SSI, so he can't scrounge off the government. Okay, I'm just throwing that in there for fun and games. They obviously caught on you. You're dodgy claiming and agreeing with Rita because she's right because I'm not an arse licking. Sorry you have to moan, Rita, but you have a good job. Higgins doesn't live near me because I'd bust him. Probably, yeah, that's what he, Tone said. And, he was angry at the time. Ass kisser. Your husband was a good-looking, strong man, Rita. I feel for you. You lost him too soon. And only the good die young, and the evil seems to still live forever like Higgins. I don't think Higgins is evil. I said this in a previous video a couple days ago. This was recently. I think Higgins is misguided. Great live. Sorry I fell asleep again. It's been a long day. Tony, you fall asleep because 2 reasons. One is you're tired of the bullshit, okay? I'm going to explain something to you guys, okay? The other day, Tony and I were on video, right? Chloe knows I'd like to get a nice bottle of bourbon, but she says no bourbon because it's mean juice, right? So, and so he's sitting there, right? So you're having problems. You have a son. You have that you don't see that often. I understand that. You have kids that you don't see much, Tony. You got a wife. No offense. That's kind of like you. Are you saying maybe she's bitching or griping or whatever? You know what a woman does. And yet at the same time, Tony, I feel for you because frankly, I can see somewhat you and me in a bit. No, I'm not talking about a woman in you. No, I'm talking about you know, seeing you the other day and you were talking about the bottle, and stuff, Coke and vodka. It's like, yeah, good combination, man. But problem is, hopefully it was Coca Cola because I don't like people mixing Coke. My husband said, we've seen a lot of crap when we lived in other places. We had to get out of that town because it was basically falling apart. People do lines right up there at the. So, anyways, so basically, what happened is, and I stopped going to certain bars because of that where I used to live. So, basically, the point I'm being is, is, sometimes you got to cope with alcohol. Hopefully you're just drinking socially, but if you're not, I can feel your pain being, your country's gone down the crapper. You're basically a peon like me. No one wants to hear our opinions, and then we get suppressed, for our freedom of speech. So you're drinking the Coke. I understand. Not the right answer. I can tell you that firsthand. That's why I try to avoid alcohol myself because I just stay in the bottle all the time because of Chloe's answer. But binge drinking isn't good either, apparently. Because how many times, and I'm gonna be sorry for a long time, truly. So you guys are gonna be wondering. Let's just finish up here with the so sorry, my cousin Dinky missing. So, anyways, Dinky just messaged me asking me if I've heard from Zoe because she wants to get the stockings finished up, and Tony says, "I feel sorry for you, Rita. You've done everything for Chloe, and she's pinching off you and lying to you. What the fuck, Chloe? Rita puts up with you and saved you from being in the gutter, you fucking mess." Well, yeah, that's the truth. She basically was gonna be homeless. Earlier, her lie was she was going to be thrown out in Ohio, right? Well, the truth was, Mom turned around and told my father-in-law and me on Zoom that Chloe was going to basically move over to her house. Fortunately, Chloe didn't want to be under her rules and didn't wanting to follow rules. So Chloe said that she was going to be homeless. So I had no choice at the time, thinking I was doing a good deed by bringing her out here. Fortunately, she found out the state of Washington covers sex changes, and she was all on board. Fortunately, that didn't play out to her liking. No one wants to give her um, any letters with, you know. Hmm. Wow. What is PBWBPD? That's something new I keep hearing. Or, oh. Here, let me give this to the link in case Tony watches this later for live chat later, because this is interesting. This is, he was asking earlier about Chloe's disabilities. Um, yeah, we know the symptoms. Mm, yep. Self-destructive behavior. Yep. So then he says, from being together, I hate what you've done to Rita. All she's gone is helped and cared for you, and you steal from her. You're low, very low. Please get in touch with me, Rita, if you need me. Well, Tony, you have my Instagram, you have my Twitter. I've given everything. I'll give it again. You can message me there if you have any questions, concerns, or comments or suggestions. Literally. Next on the list is we had a great fun, but what pissed me off was Chloe is done. I'm here for you. Chloe, for you. Chloe, much love. Wish I could be there to help you put Chloe in her place. Chloe, much love. You mean Rita, much love. You must have been completely drunk thinking I'm Chloe. No, I'm not Chloe. It's Rita. Rita, much love. If Victor would move in with her, I tried, but the law won't let me touch her. I would pay with my way, keep the house in order. Yeah, well, my thing and I'm sorry but to say, bastard Chloe. Yeah, well, the thing is it is what it is. Yeah, well, Chloe is trying to get therapy, but so thing is I had to go through a therapist to something or other for that. So anyways, back to prepping. So one of the tools is utilize YouTube. hmm There's a website out there, everyone, for you preppers if you're into video games. Buy games that are long term. Yeah. If you know how to, if there is no power outage, no power failures, you got to prep and keep entertained. Buy games. There's a place called How Long to Beat. You can Google it, and it'll tell you exactly how long games are. Some games are a couple 100 hours minimum. But sometimes you need a break from games because you're burned out. So one of the prepping tools. There's something interesting for Zoe. So Amazon's going to hire 150,000 temporary workers for the holidays, even though they just laid off a lot. Mm-hmm. So apparently Chicago's image, McDonald's, which has its headquarters there, criticizes the city for crime. What's going on in Chicago? Yeah. So apparently Boeing's moving to Washington, D.C. for military reasons. Caterpillar and Citadel also announced moves out of Chicago to different locations outside Illinois. Okay. So Chloe tried calling again. We'll call back.
Okay, I'm at Marketplace, and apparently there's someone on our channel on the radio thingy.
Oh yeah.
Yep, they're on our channel. I just heard them. So I told them to tell me their name and why they're on our channel.
Well, it's free for anyone, but still.
Yeah, but still, just saying. Anyways, okay, I'm at Marketplace. What do you have in mind for dinner?
I don't know. What do you recommend for dinner?
Ooh, I might do Kansas City barbecue tonight.
Frozen dinner?
Yeah, why not?
Hmm.
I'm gonna do it myself. What about you? You should have something yourself. Hey, they got the buffalo bone strips, but that comes from mac and cheese.
Buffalo boneless? What? The buffalo boneless thing, if I remember correctly. It's buffalo?
Yeah, it's by Banquet. It's buffalo bone strips, and it comes with the whole bowl of mac and cheese.
Oh, maybe I'll have to try 4 of those.
Here, I'll give you a couple of them.
Okay.
You can have that off the Kansas City one.
Okay.
I'm doing Kansas City because they come with mashed potatoes.
Okay.
So I get 2 Kansas City, you get 2 buffaloes. So do you want them both tonight or just one in the box?
How big's the box?
Well, they're not that big. I go with cooking them both.
Okay.
Anything else you want from the store?
I don't know. Milk? I'm looking real quick.
Oh, yeah, we need milk. You need milk. Okay.
Let me see if I can find it online here.
I am glad I have this dress on. Because I need it to keep me cool while I carry that milk on my back.
You're having the
It's not yet cooled down yet.
Is it a mega meal thing, Chloe?
It's a mega meat.
Alright.
Mega meat.
Alright, let me look.
I'm gonna get it for you, okay? You'll have it tonight. You'll love it.
Jalapeno. Oh, buffalo style chicken mac and cheese. Is that what it is? In a bowl?
Yeah.
Alright, guess I'll try that.
Yeah. I like the Kansas City one.
Bacon mac. Oh, they got a bacon mac and cheese too. I bet they don't have that. I'd love to try the bacon mac and cheese mega bowl. And don't forget you wanted your juice.
Oh, my grape juice. Yeah.
I'm surprised they don't have the mega pizzas. I've always wanted to try the mega pizza.
Mega pizza. We'll go look at if there's a mega pizza. By who?
Banquet. It's Banquet. It's called the mega pizza.
Banquet. Okay.
It's a bowl, or is it a mega meat? It's mega meats, you said?
It's mega meat. Yeah.
Yeah, I see it here.
It's pretty much like the Kansas City barbecues once.
They got a Mega Strips Nashville hot bag. That looks good. Buffalo and Mega Strips. Yeah, I'm looking at their website. So.
Yeah, they also got garlic covers on it. Comes with white cheese, Matt.
Oh, I'd try that too. Right.
So those.
Yeah, that'd be fine. Yeah.
All right.
Surprised we don't see the Mega Lovers deep dish pot pies.
Oh, the Mega Meat Lovers deep dish pot pie. Let me go see if Banquet does not have them. Okay. Let's see. Kansas barbecue. Oh, wait a minute. Mega pies. Banquet Mega pies. XL chicken pot pie.
Yeah, I'd like to try those one of these days.
Okay, how about I grab 2 of them for you?
Sure. What about the bacon mac? Did they have those or the pizzas?
Bacon macs or pizza? Let's see. Let's go check. Bacon mac. Bacon mac. I don't see it.
What about?
Wait, hold on. Wait. Buffalo style chicken mac and cheese. That's buffalo chicken. Wait a minute. Hold on. Let me see. The Devour has the double sausage and bacon loaded tots. It's not Banquet.
No, it's talking about pizza. They don't have pizza well.
Okay, let's look at the pizza. Okay. We'll look at the pizza. I'll get you one of. How about this? You get one of each of the buffalo and the garlic parmesan. Or you want 2 and 2?
2 and 2 would be fine.
Okay. Okay. So if I look at pizza, I'm not seeing anything made by Banquet in pizza aisle.
Yeah. Well, eventually, I wanted to get those Totino's. That party box that has like 4 of those pizzas. I was thinking of that eventually.
Okay. I'm not seeing. Okay. I'm telling you what I see here. It's the usual pizza brand they have. I am gonna go check out.
What about the Totino's? Do they have the 4 count pizzas?
4-pound pizza.
The 4 count.
Okay, I am looking. Okay. All they have in that brand is pizza rolls.
Okay. Well, I guess you can check out then.
Yeah, because like both the pizzas, most of these are the expensive brand. In any delivery.
Mm.
Oh, the party pizzas are up here, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's the party pizzas brand you're looking for. There's the triple meat one.
Yeah, I love the triple meat ones. Yeah.
I'll grab you a couple of them.
Okay. All right, and then you can check out, I guess. Did you get your juice?
Yes, I got my juice.
Okay, then.
My chew is. I will come back for your dip money. I'll come back and get the dip money and then go back up.
Okay, cool. Did they give you their name on the radio? Because I didn't hear anything.
I didn't hear anything after that. They didn't respond.
Okay.
So I'm not worried. Okay.
Okay. All right. Bye-bye.
All right.
Sometimes frozen foods is a comfort food. Excuse me for a minute while I use the restroom. Then we'll talk about prepping, food prepping, etc. All right, peeps. Sorry about that. Had to use the restroom. I also do my business on my tablet. I literally sent my cousin Dinky some stuff. So, for you preppers out there, another thing like I said is how long to beat will help you as a tool if you're a gamer because that'll tell you what games to get that are long and short. Some games you pay $15, you're going to get short. Some games you get that are long. Other thing is get books that are long-term books that you can reread. The encyclopedia set, for example, I'd highly recommend that. You know, so that's one thing I would highly recommend. So, anyways, so for some of you out there, so last night I had to spend 45 minutes programming Peacock for my father-in-law. For some of you out there, it's a good program for $10. You get a lot of TV for $10. No commercials. Morning with coffee with Rita. So, anyway, for some of you out there, lots going on. So, last night I got to tell you a story. Funny story. So I got a deal on Diablo 2 for the Switch. I love Diablo 2. I'm a Diablo fan. They haven't remade one yet. I still play one on my laptops here. And so I was playing 2 last night. Chloe was all watching me and she says, "Oh, that looks like a really great game." I said, "Yeah, Path of Exile came out from this. They got ideas for the Diablo clone." And as I was playing it, Chloe was like, dinner time. And by the way, to make dinner easy, we had breadsticks and marinara sauce. We couldn't get sandwiches because the sandwich shop was closed. So, some of you out there have been wondering about Christmas, prepping for whatever. You can prep for your food and your water. You can prep for Christmas. One of the best keys that I would recommend is put some money aside every month, sit on it, on Amazon gift cards, and just keep adding to your Amazon, refill your value, and eventually buy what you want or buy what you need. That's your best course of action. And for some of you wondering, in the cage here, Ebony is a Dutch dwarf. See? Oh, yeah. Did Chloe get the dish soap? I wonder. Hi, good morning. Hello. Hello, pooper. See? How are you this morning, huh? You're doing a good little boom boom, huh? So a lot of people think bunnies aren't this chill. Well, he is. Hey, what's up, huh? got any prepping tools? Always make sure your pets get food too. You don't want them to go hungry. Hey, what's up? Huh? How was that organic food we gave you, huh? I love this guy. This guy means the world to me. Hi. Are you doing kissies? Huh? Kissies? When you have something this cute, you get just, and people say to me, Rita, how long have you had him for? 3 years. Almost 4 years. 4 years this Easter coming up in 2023. Hi. Got him in 2019. He's an Easter bunny. And the guy that gave him to us, he emails from time to time asking how Munchkin's doing. Because you know how he is. He's just like, hey, you still got Munchkin? Of course I got Munchkin. You think I'm going to get rid of this little guy? Look at this fur baby. So, anyways, go on in, Boomin. So, one of the things I want to share with you is utilizing YouTube. I'm utilizing YouTube a lot, So, that's what I'm doing. So, one of the things I got to tell you about, right? Chloe wanted this dress, right? I know Tony's going to watch this later. So, I got this dress for Chloe, right? She's like wanting this Patagonia dress. She knew exactly what she was looking. She found it on eBay. They wanted $50 with shipping. And I said to Chloe, $50 for a used dress when you get one for $3. Well, I don't want that to run out. This dress means a lot to me. It was my first dress, and and I need a replacement in case the other one craps out. So to me, I'm like $50. You better start coughing up, And people say, well, Chloe goes to the stores for you. That should be payment enough. Not in my opinion. My opinion is this. Like my coffee cup my husband got me. Remember, my wife says I never listen. At least I think she said. See, my husband was transitioning to a female at one time, so their nickname was Wifey at one time. So that's why they gave me the cup, So I'm hoping my friend emails me because they haven't emailed me in a while, and so my sister's and Higgins, he hasn't emailed at all today, so that's a surprise, Trying to crack down on my email, So one of these days I'm gonna need to clean my email out a bit. My email gets full. I actually started what's it called? Etc. Trying to clean out my email address. Just want to make sure my email box gets clean. See, I took out the sorting fee, the sorting thingy on email because I frankly got tired of it. I got tired of the see, when you put in the priority inbox, they think they're entitled to spam up your email box with ads. So I check on something. See if I can find the Google Shopping for a minute. I can't find it again, damn it. I hate when they do this. I think I saved it somewhere, right? I think it's in my inbox. There we go. Yep, saved it. Let's see. Yep, right here. So we have Thursday night football right now. Oh, that reminds me, I need to check on my my channels too. I was watching baseball last night. It's pretty good, I was thinking the beautiful Zoe, and how the Cubs brutally murdered, as my term, murdered. They murdered Rocky, murdered the Cincinnati. It was pretty damn funny, Anyways, where's my here it is. I think this is the file I want. And if I go down the list, here we go. So apparently this Amazon company got back to me saying that if the guy wants to keep scalping, they're going to allow it because it's income in their pocket anyway. Look at it. So, So anyways, I'm too many spam emails coming in all the time too, but I would like to talk about the future, future goals for 2023. Now, a lot of you keep talking about, well, what do we do in 2023? Well, we live. Okay, we live. And the way we do that is we keep prepping. Now, a lot of people say, well, what if the food runs out? Look, the only way the food's going to run out is if we have a rail strike, okay, literally. And yet, it goes like this. If the rail goes on strike, a third of the food goes by truck. So it's 2/3 food by rail, 1/3 food goes by truck. It just means 2/3 will go by truck, and the trucks are going to have to change their high priority while they get the railroad strike under control. Which means that when and if you have the railroad strike, what happens is the American people turn around and they literally will have the priorities. The companies will choose the priorities. Do you feed the American people, or do you prepare to load the trains or the trucks with steel, with non-essential items? No, they're going to choose to do the food, which means the food goes up because it's got to go by truck, which means then the companies have to decide if they're going to buy a few extra trucks, hire a few extra truckers to get the food delivered. Think about it. Which means the government might come in and say, truckers, till this train strike's fixed, deliver only the essentials. And they'll make a list probably as usual. It'll be like, you may not, I just love how the email comes in, right? And it's some company trying to sell me a dress. It's like, dude, we're in a pandemic, See, this is how, you know what? Someone was telling me the other, right? There's these subliminal messages, right? Right? They say, oh, the government has subliminal messages of these companies, right? Then why is it that the subliminal messages aren't there? Because they don't exist. Because if they were, they would literally be selling more items, like secretly, like buy something, right? But with me, what about the people that are mentally so strong that sit there and say, oh, I'd like to buy that, but I would also like to review it first, watch the reviews. I mean, there's a lot of reviewers out there, reviewing a lot of good products. So thumbs up to you YouTubers out there. I'm envy in some ways. But my point is when it comes to reviewing, you got to ask yourself, are you going to buy that? Think about it. Kitchen's almost clean, by the way, and the bathroom's almost clean. So technically, that just leaves the living room, which will take 5 or 10 minutes with a vacuum and reorganizing this little office desk here. So leaving us with the office and the and other areas, So, but anyways, the point is we have to prep for everything. People say, oh, well, like for example, in December, January, February, let's just say March. Let's just go March, for example. Okay. In March, you want to sit there. Okay. Let me give you a prepper's idea of what I'm going to do in March or in April. I'm going to be stockpiling extra bottles of water. You can say, oh, why is that, Rita? Because during during summertime, you might not be able to find water due to the fact that there might be a heat wave. What if we end up with a heat wave again? And Miami and Florida gets hit with another massive hurricane again because they say global warming is causing this and making the storms unpredictable. Well, then take that as a thought, that a hypothetical, that if they are saying that the weather is basically because of the greenhouse gases. Remember, I was talking last night about cars, right? Government saying, oh, well, you have to have a green car. The problem is the reason they're cutting OPEC things. People are like, oh, where gas is going to go up. Thing is, there's a lot of people that are still staying home. They're working from home. They're getting food stamps. They're getting free cell phone. They're getting free internet. They're not worried about their gas because they're getting free everything. They can just say, I mean, the people that are complaining are the working class. The ones that actually have to get in their car every morning, go to work, whether it be a grocery store or like my cousin, he's got to go to an office. Cousin Dinky's got to go to an office too. Think of it. Those are the ones that basically, got to worry about the gas prices. And rightfully so. But let me just tell you, I had an argument last night in a debate. Love my debates, by the way. And the Republicans, apparently, by the debater, wants us to go to totalitarian dictatorship or an autocracy, and give up our experiment, right? Fortunately, this morning, I was watching a video. Chloe's like, what the hell is that? And I said, it's a former dude that's been transitioning for 40 plus years. I think they're in their 70s. They look like the Crypt Keeper. But anyways, they're like, you need to vote. Like, and all these trannies voted. We're voting Democrat because we need our sex changes and we need our same-sex marriages. And other gay people are like, we need our same marriage. And then blacks are like, we need our interracial marriage. So you could see just alone on like Instagram and Facebook, this is the crap that they're posting to get the voters to vote. I, for one, was looking at it going, oh my God, someone who's ugly as a Crypt Keeper is getting this many responses. Makes you wonder what the hell, I mean, to me, I've already said it time and time again. Vote like you're what do you call it? Prep like your life depends on it, because no one knows what's going to happen. I mean, look, some are talking other things, and this is one of the things I want to tell you. The American people are tired. Okay, you got two sides of the coin here. Okay, I'm going to basically play devil's advocate as usual. You got the Republicans thinking we're going to go communist. No, communist is a system. More likely, we're leaning towards socialism like Europe is. And that's the real problem. I mean, think of it. And you know what? The Republicans have a right to complain, literally. And I'm going to basically tell you why. Not the wealthy Elon Musk, and Bill Gates is Democratic, by the way. But, I heard Paul Allen was Democratic. There's a lot of wealthy that are Democratic. But as Bill Gates, I think, once said, and others, you can't, with all the money you have in the world, you can't literally use it all. So the thing is, let's think of it this way, okay? The government had all these ideas. We'll tax 95% of the wealthy's money, like Elon's, and then put it into the federal treasury. So let's just say they end up with $250 billion, right, of Elon's money, hypothetically. Elon, if you're watching this, no hard feelings. Elon could turn around and say, well, the government gave me 5%. This is socialism or communism. Maybe, but here's the problem. Elon and I both know smartly, and Elon's smarter than me, I think. No offense, I might be retarded. And if Elon ever comes on and says, no, Rita, you're not retarded, you're intelligent, that'd be cool from him. But the truth is taking 95% of all the billionaires' income in the world. Let's just say they do, and they make $1 trillion, $1.5 trillion, maybe $2 trillion, $3 trillion, $4 trillion, $5 trillion. That just knocks down the deficit by, 10 years? By basically sitting there, and then the government turns around, no offense to Mr. Musk again, they turn around and say, oh, well, we got all the billionaires' monies. Our deficit went down. We're now $20 trillion. Let's just say $20 trillion. Now they got to figure out how to tax the shit out of everyone else. So then what do? They come up with this idea. Well, we got the rich companies. Let's tax the shit out of the companies. Next thing you know, they say, oh, all the companies in this country gets taxed. Hypothetically, what happens? Companies start leaving, except for some of these other companies that want to try to stay in America to make American-made stuff, like small mom and pop shops making fly rods, for example, right? And then when they get that, maybe they get $5 trillion. Well, we're still $15 trillion in debt. Now how do we get our debtors? Then they turn around and they get another harebrained idea. We'll just tax the shit out of people's that works. So then maybe in 5 years they pay the deficit down another $5 trillion. So now it's, you say, $15 trillion or $10 trillion. Let's just say it gets down to $10 trillion. They've taxed the big businesses to extinct. They've taxed the working class to extinct. Their debt, they got their debt down. They're like, well, we got it down through taxes. Then they turn around and say, let's tax everyone who owns a gun. Next thing you know, let's just say they tax on new purchases. They tax on everything. They have a database anyway. They can just sit there and send a tax thing, and they say, we're not infringing on your rights. We're just taxing you because the new law states we can tax gun owners. Let's just say they get another $5 trillion. The deficit's down to $5 trillion. Are we going communist? Maybe. Are we going socialist? Maybe. Then they come up with this new idea. Well, we've taxed the gun owners. We've taxed the people. Let's make a new tax to pay the deficit down. Then they go through and say coffee's an addiction. We'll just do a special coffee addiction, right? Then they do coffee, pot, marijuana. Get it down maybe $2 trillion. And they say, oh, we're down to $3 trillion. What else can we tax? Then they start taxing more. Eventually, they tax you on, oh, red meat's bad for you unless you eat artificial meat like veggie meat, or green meats, what I call it, impossible meat. Then they'll say, oh, we need to tax the farmers because their cows make methane gas, and then they come up with this. Meanwhile, they're taxing the shit out of you from owning a green electric car. Eventually, some people move into the city and basically live in there. Then they'll be like, oh, these people, They moved to the city. They sold their houses. They went to the city. They're living in an apartment. They're using public transportation. How do we tax them? I mean, eventually the Americans are going to basically be so smart that they're going to avoid taxes by finding loopholes to do it. The point is this is where we could be going. High taxes. I mean, you buy a sword. Oh, that sword, you can't really find a use for it, so we're taxing you $300 for having it. And then they'll have a database eventually where knives and swords. Oh, you're a hunter? We're going to charge you a hunting tax. You know, it's called the disposal of animal carcass tax or whatever. I mean, literally, they're going to come up with so much. And people are going to basically be like, well, we're paying for our freedoms. They can't take away the first rights amendments. They can't take away the second, but they can surely hell tax the shit out of all of you. And eventually, they'll come up with a new tax. Like, oh, you're eating out. There's the eat out tax, the fast food tax, the fat tax, the cholesterol tax, the bad food tax, this tax, that tax, this tax, that tax. Eventually, people are going to stop eating out. Then what? And then they'll tax you for, say, going to sports games. Heavy taxes. Oh, that's your hobby? You like baseball and you're going to go to baseball games? We're just going to tax you for this, tax you for that. The point is you guys got to keep prepping due to the fact that the preppers don't know that we are having severe problems in this country. And this country is pretty damn bad. Bad as in. Chloe doesn't realize how bad it is. I mean, think of it. Chloe sits there and, you know, like Dad said the other day, do not worry. Do not worry about polls. Polls don't mean diddly. I mean, literally. I mean, polls don't matter at all. You know, you hear all these people. I mean, I've read some reports from my friends. I won't tell you who they are. They're in the intelligence community who said that they're talking before or after. Chloe's sitting here looking at me funny going, after elections, they're talking about civil war. Think about it. The American people are being shafted. Literally crapped on. I'll have to find room for it. You might want to make one of your goals today, finish cleaning the kitchen and bathroom, but also clean the fridge out so we got more room for our stuff. Because we're running out of space, Chloe. I mean, I can barely fit things in here right now, so I need to. So one of my goals today, in between my gaming, is I'm going to have a garbage bag, right, with plenty of bags. And what we're going to do is, by the way, I want to show you this. So I asked for the 4-pack of pizzas. I can't complain. I'm going to have a pizza one of these nights for dinner. You guys keep talking about pizza. I want wings, though. So my pizza goes here. My Parmesan thing goes here. My buffalo thing, I'm trying something new. See, we're running out of space again. This is why, you know, some of these foods are comfort foods. Yes, they were on sale, so we took the advantage of the sale this time. So that's another thing you preppers need to realize. So let's see what else we got. So I asked for these because I want to try these. The mega pot pies. Yeah, I haven't tried these yet. Told Chloe I really want to try these pot pies, I tell you. There's Mega Meats. Is this the Kansas City barbecue? Yeah. This is going to be problematic, I think. I think what we'll have to do is do this. Put that in there. That's tonight's dinner. This is the garlic. I'll try the barbecue buffalo wing tonight. So, take the bread. There There we go. See? All is well. So, basically, like I said, you guys got to keep prepping because between now and elections, which reminds me, which is so as of right now, 33 days until election. 33 days. A lot of people say, oh, well, what is going to happen in the next 33 days? That's why I keep telling you to prep. I mean, look, they keep talking about overthrowing the government. They keep talking about placing Donald Trump back in presidency. That would be considered a coup d'etat, which, frankly, we don't need a coup d'etat right now. What we need is for the American people to realize that the Republican Party, playing devil's advocate here, has said, quote unquote, we want a supposedly, I can't confirm this, so don't take my word for it, do your own research, but supposedly by all these Trump hating Democrats, see, devil's advocate here, that supposedly the Republicans want don't want democracy anymore. They want an autocracy, and they want, quote unquote, a dictator. Because they think it'd be better to be having a dictator than to have anyone having Social Security and retirement. Let me just explain a few things. Give me a second. Gotta use the restroom. Hey. When you get back. You know. Once you get back from the ship, I will be off of YouTube. I'm trying to. Yeah, Diablo. I do Animal Crossing Diablo and then relax the night away. Oh, I'm gonna play it after I get Animal Crossing done. My daily Animal Crossing, I'll go straight to Diablo 2 and see how far I can get. I need to do the level grind way. I'll need it. What do you need? Go ahead. All right, peeps. Sorry about that. So, with all the news coming down the pipe, okay, I want to talk about the news for a minute. Okay, this is big news. This is very big news. Okay, so Fulton County, Georgia, is basically going to issue indictments over the whole Georgia thing, right? They're literally. Let me tell you what's going on. Okay, I'm playing devil's advocate here. I also want to say I love my bunny. Basically, what's happening, and this is why I keep telling you to keep prepping, because we don't know if the all-out civil war is going to happen or not. I hope not. Everyone knows I'm for a peaceful solution. Peaceful solution. Fortunately, for Republicans, they think going socialism is not a peaceful solution, you see. You know, all these people say, oh, well, we want a dictator so we can get rid of all these freeloaders. If you do it, that means that only you guys will be working 20 hours a day, 3.5 hours sleep till you're dead. They're going to work you to the bone. They're not going to give a shit about you. And they're going to try to basically do it this way. And there is no socialism. There is no communism. One guy controls everything, hypothetically, a person. And they have their lieutenants and stuff. And you get out of line, they can just have you plugged. Do you really want to go down the list and have someone like Stalin like person in this country? I mean, I'm playing devil's advocate. No, you don't. I mean, think of it this way. I'm not a leftist. I'm not a rightist. I'm a neutralist. But thing is, this is the crap I hear every day. My email box gets bombed with this. How many times in the world will people turn around and literally, say, oh, well, you're a leftist. No, I'm not. I am a neutralist. But for the sake of the argument, you got all these people talking about dictatorships and how we have to go and vote. I mean, I ran across so many videos of transgendered people. 99% of them are saying our democracy is under fire. Gays, our democracy is under fire. Lesbians, our democracy is under fire. Bisexuals, transgendered, all of them. The LGBTQIA, 99% of them are voting Democrat to keep the Republicans from winning. 99. They believe women's rights are a choice. But then again, they're told that they're not human for having a sex change. They're told that they're a third-rate class thing. You see, and there's a few women out there, 1% of women in this country, that believe in the sanctity of life at conception. Sorry to say, but here's my opinion on conception. I don't agree with every one of you people because, frankly, if someone gets freaking raped, the rapist should have that abortion. If a freaking someone in the family commits incest and rapes a girl, that person should have an abortion. Plain and simple. Those are my only stands on it. People say to me, oh, well, I even asked my sister, do you condone incest? Teddy Bear said no. Do you consider it? Do you consider, she said yes, to a point. But I said, do you consider rape being a reason for an abortion? Yeah. She said, that's the thing. Life is life, but at the same time, she does know everything about the Bible. I mean, literally. Now, why am I telling you all this? Simple. People say, oh, you're a leftist. No, I actually believe rapists and rapists should be prosecuted. I believe that incest and rape is a grounds for an abortion. If a woman's going to die giving birth, she should have an abortion. If she knows she's not going to carry properly, abort. Those are the only things that I believe in. Now, do I believe in prepping? Yes, because as I said time and time again, how many damn people out there in this damn world needs to realize that we're going down the toilet? I mean, look, I was talking to Tony last night on, I don't remember if he remembers it, but, he said he likes to watch my channel. I like to watch, being there. I like to watch people, but he also likes my opinions. I mean, literally, my opinions are my opinions, and I tell the truth. I mean, look at it. I was online. How many times are you going to go believe some jackass saying we're going to die from nuclear war? If we're going to die of nuclear war, then why prep for it? You put that out of your memory. Everyone uses I'm going to nuclear card, but what happens? Remember, I was talking about this last night, and I'll reiterate today, okay, about prepping, okay? Prepping is not just prepping for natural disasters. Prepping is just in case of a power failure. The power grid fails. Are you guys going to sit there and be like, oh, the power grid failed? No, you're not. You prep for that too, but you prep for natural disasters. Here, we have earthquakes, snowstorms, heat waves, tsunamis. I've never seen yet a hurricane or a typhoon up this way. Think about it. My beautiful wifey, who I love dearly, who doesn't talk to me, or Annie, lives in an area with typhoons, monsoons, and hurricanes pretty much in the Philippines, and earthquakes and volcanoes. She's like 20 miles from Mount Apo. So think about it. Those are the things that Annie's got to prep for. But here, we got to prep for tsunamis. No one knows how high the wave's going to be. If it's 300 feet, when it crashes in, more likely we're barely on the edge where we might just basically face it. But if we know it's going to come and hit us, we need to move up higher ground to the highest point on this island, which is on the road going to Roche Harbor. Roche Harbor might get hit. We might be on the highest point, and the wave might just hit the island in all directions. No one knows which way it'll come. It's like Phuket. They didn't know the tsunami was going to kill millions. But, I think it was millions. But, think about it. You guys got to keep prepping, because I'm not just saying this. I'm not putting fear into you. I'm telling you the freaking truth. When you got a guy who does YouTube and says, oh, we're going to all die in nuclear war, blah, blah, then why prep? Are you going to go and build yourself a nuclear bunker with all your retirement money, then nothing happens, then you're out of all the money and you feel like you want to sue these jackasses on YouTube for telling you to prep? My suggestion is divide your funds up, half for food, half for your prepping. You can gain it. Basically put some money aside every month for Christmas. Otherwise, the best safe course is, if nothing happens, you got extra food sources to eat throughout 2023 while your neighbor's going hungry because they decided to buy other crap. I mean, think about it. I mean, my main concern right now is protein. However, I will tell you that Spam is supposed to be eaten with mac and cheese. You put in dice it up little cubes and you throw it in there. As long as you have a refrigerator, you can make 2 meals out of it. Cut up a can of Spam and divide it in half. Put one in a Ziploc bag. The other half, cut up in your mac and cheese. The next day, you throw your Spam in the mac and cheese again. I mean, literally, this is stuff that I'm telling you for prepping reasons. You don't need to worry about anything else. You just need to prep. I mean, literally. Let me tell you about some of the lies that I've heard from YouTubers. People saying to me, oh, Rita, you need to subscribe to this guy. Why? I'm not giving this guy any business. Sorry to say. My motto is my channel is mine. And if people don't want to listen, they can go listen to someone else, because frankly, I'm not giving these guys the benefit of the doubt to make money off of me. Moi. That's all they're doing. They want the numbers so they can sit there and spin their lies. We're going to die in World War III because of nuclear war. Wrong answer. That's too much fear. Then you got the other people saying, oh, well, the economy's going to collapse and stuff. Really, I've been watching one guy who I think's funny for years. And yet, for 10 plus years, he's been saying the economy's going to collapse. 10. Probably all the way back to the Obama administration. Do you see nothing happening yet? No. Let me tell you, a lot of people say, oh, well, we got to worry about the stock market crashing. Look, stock market goes up, goes down, goes up, goes down, goes up, goes down. The reason it basically crashed the last time severely fully in 1929 is people were buying stocks on credit. And that's what crippled the country. Now it's cash on the barrel. Plain and simple. You can't even use a credit card to buy stocks, apparently. They've gotten it so tight that it ain't funny. But it goes up, it goes down, it goes up, it goes down. People hear news about Tesla is failing, it goes down. Tesla's making a robot, it goes down. Tesla does this, it goes down. Elon opens his chili hole. Sorry, Elon had to use it again, it goes down. Microsoft, some of these people, they don't talk about other countries. This goes up, this goes down, this goes up, this goes down. A lot of people that invest money in stocks invest because that stock money goes into the companies that's selling the stocks and shares so they can make better products for the country. Now, I know Higgins is like, oh, well, God gave us, but God also says, those who love the world don't love me. And those who love me don't love the world. Think of it. These are all tools. Your computer is a tool. If you don't have your computer, it's not the end of the world. If you don't have a smartphone, it isn't the end of the world. I use this for Wi-Fi, by the way. If you have a flip phone, you're good. I mean, look, a lot of people, old people, biddies and fuddy-duddies, including my adopted grandma, turned around and said, why should we buy a converter box? They were giving free converter boxes back then so people could still use their TVs, but they also knew their TVs would fail eventually, and that has. But the American people need to realize, out of love for you all, that technology is going to fail eventually. And you say, oh, Rita, how come? Think about it this way. You got the Republicans, devil's advocate here, fighting to keep oil produced, right? But you got other world oil countries want to keep it for themselves. They need to power the planes. They need to power their tanks. They need to power the trucks, their cars. There's this, there's that. Do you see oil nations talking about electric cars like this country? No. The truth the truth of the matter is they're trying to ram down electric cars because they think it's going to be zero emissions. But we're still going to have global warming at a slower pace because our coal plants produce CO2, carbon monoxide, our greenhouse gases. Our nuclear power plant produces it too when it lets out on the big towers their steam for cooling down the reactors. Reactors are 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 degrees or more, if you didn't know. And they need cold water to cool it down, and then they release a valve to let it blow out at the same time for both stacks or 3 stacks, or 4 stacks, or 8 stacks, or 10 stacks, whatever. Think of it. That's their job, okay? Coal plants, they want to keep the coal for themselves. Now, if there is no coal in the world, that cuts down the emergency backup. The U.S. has coal, but they're keeping it to themselves. Why? Because they know one day when the oil runs out, they're going to need to start building ships with lots of people that can go across to England, to Cousin Tony's country. Why? Because they're going to need to use the coal because bunker oil can't be used for cargo ships. They're going to have to retrofit our cruise ships. They're going to have to bring in extra steel reinforced and everything else to basically reinforce the ships so they can hold coal again. We're going to go back to the steamship era because, frankly, we used up all our oil, which everyone thought in the 1900s when oil, or late 1800s, mid 1800s, whenever oil was around. When was oil found? That's a good question for this argument today. Discovered. See, here we go. Oil was discovered in 600 BC. History of 600 BC, so before Christ. The oil in Pennsylvania, 1859. In Pennsylvania, by the way, discovered by the Chinese. Oil is a transported pipeline made from bamboo. However, Several oil in Pennsylvania, 1859. Spindle discovered Texas, 1900. Set the stage for the new oil economy. I don't care. First oil well was successfully drilled in 1859. It wouldn't be until 1938 the first oil would be drilled in Saudi Arabia. Which country consumes? The United States. Who has the most oil? Venezuela. Saudi Arabia, Canada, Iran, Iraq, Kuwait, United Arab Emirates, Russia, Libya, Nigeria, and the United States. So look at this. The United States only holds 2.1% of the world's oil. Think of that. Nigeria, 2.2%. Nigeria hasn't even tapped into a lot of their oil because they're, well, a poor country, and they want, people think that because they're black, they can get the shaft. And because they think that Americans out there and other countries want to shaft them because their color, they're not giving in. Libya, 2.9% of oil. Libya hasn't been tapped in much either, for what I understand, because, you have a dictator like former Colonel Gaddafi and stuff, right? Then you go down to Russia. 4.8% of the world's oil is Russia. Now, as you know, we can't get Russian oil because of, well, sanctions. Next up is the United Arab Emirates. Think of it. 5.9% of the world's oil is coming from the UAE. Yeah, 5.9. 6, Kuwait. 6.1. Kuwait, they've tapped. But has anyone ever talked about Kuwait? Has Biden even thought about going to Kuwait? No, he went to UAE, if I remember. Saudi, right? Let me just say it, right? Kuwait. Iraq. Well, Iraq is 8.7. Well, we still are in Iraq, so technically we control Iraq, right? So technically 8.7%. Iran's being a stinker. Over the years, Iran wants what they want. They should have what they want to a point. If they want nuclear weapons to deter for other countries, fine. Let them have nuclear weapons. My point is this. Let them have nuclear weapons. We'll turn around and give, we'll buy their oil. They're 9.5%. 3 on the list, Canada. If you didn't know, Canada has 10.4% of the oil reserves. 10.4%. Why do you think the royal family wants to keep Canada for themselves? I bet you if Australia and New Zealand left the Union Jack, they would literally keep Canada because of the oil. Next one on the market, Saudi Arabia. We went to Saudi Arabia because they're the number 2 oil exporter of the world, 16.2%. Now think of it this way. And finally, it's Venezuela. It's 18.2. But let's look at the numbers of why there's problems with oil right now, right? Let's look at the top. This is the top 11, right? This is all the oil, right? Let's go down the list. Venezuela, dictatorship. Saudi Arabia, somewhat of a democracy. It's not a dictatorship. They're just under Islam law. Let them be what they wish. Saudi Arabia, in my opinion, cool country. Canada, under the monarchy, they're holding out, you see. Even though they say they're importing their petrol, they could just tap into Canada anytime they want. See, the King of England and the royal family, they know, quote, unquote, not to tap into the Canadian oil reserves, because when every other country is empty, Canada is going to be sitting pretty. And Saudi Arabia knows this, so that's why they're basically slowing down, because we use so much wasteful fuel. Venezuela, dictatorship. Iran, dictatorship. Iraq, we got rid of a dictator, so we don't know what's happening, but Iraq we control, so we get our oil. But you see us even, the Iraqis are selling their oil to the highest bidder, and we're not getting a deal on it, even though we liberated Iraq. So, to the U.S., they say, oh, well, we owe, you owe us a favor. No, we don't owe anyone. Iraq doesn't owe anyone a favor. Kuwait, we have bases there. Again, we liberated and we helped take care of this and that. Kuwait doesn't owe a favor. So, but you don't hear in the news about Kuwait. You don't hear any news about Iraq's oil. Why? Because more likely Iraq and Kuwait's oil has been depleted, supposedly. United Arab Emirates. Again, you don't hear much about the UAE except for under OPEC rules. Russia. Russia's under dictatorship, so the thing is Russia's probably out of gas too, is what I understand. Oil. Libya, you don't hear much about Libya. Nigeria, you don't hear much about Nigeria. In the United States, we're plumb out, dry. And they say, oh, if you tap this and tap that, 3% of the world's oil, 3%. If we went and tapped all our oil in the United States, we'd probably survive 7 years with everyone driving their cars, but then we'd have to go and make deals with Nigeria and the rest of the countries to tap into theirs. The reason they're trying to slow down the production of oil is because we're using too much resources, and that is why I keep telling you the prep. Think of it. The countries around that make the oil, produce the oil, know that oil is not finite. Oil is not unlimited. So what's that tell you? That tells you that when oil runs out, the people are slowing down production, not to hurt the people, but to keep it for themselves, because eventually, how are they going to power their bunker fuel for ships, cruise liners, and cargo ships? They would have to basically make steel ships, test them out one at a time, make the right ship that can handle, Japan's already done it apparently, that runs somewhat fuel runs on wind. So you would have to have cargo ships running on wind, pure wind or coal, which means recalibrating everything. Firemen would be getting black lungs again to do the job, to bring you your cargo. And your cargo would be more money if we went coal. Steam trains, same thing. They'd probably wear a mask and make sure the coal didn't get past, special mask so it didn't get in their lungs. And an auto feeder where the coal's in one section, they just push a button and the coal fills the coal tender fills up the engine's boiler, so they don't have to do much. The firemen are out. But that means it gives jobs to companies, and they reopen the Baldwin Locomotive Company and other companies because we have to make trains again, our train engines, which means we can maintain our train cars, but we would be steam engine. We would be a steam train again. I mean, think of it. The green cars, we can run on that. Really? We don't have the electric grid. Just to make the entire country solar, to run the solar grid by 2050, they would have to fill New Hampshire, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, most of all in New England, including Ohio, New Mexico, and Texas, would have to be filled with nothing but solar power. Do you think my cousin wants to say, wake up one day and she gets an eviction notice on her door that says, I'm sorry, you must leave Texas because we're filling all of Texas with sunshine with solar panels and only replacing them in their natural disasters? No. It's her land, it's her job. This is what's going on in the damn country right now. They're trying to ram it through people's head that we need electric. We don't have the grid for it. There's only 4 supercharging stations in the country, and they're all in California. I mean, literally, think about it. People would be in lines and lines and lines. And what are they going to do? Start charging $20 for a charge? They're going to have to. Or $30 a charge? Then electric ain't it's cheap. People are going to basically look at other alternatives. You say, oh, well, what about fuel? Think of it this way. If the American people and the rest of the world has to be forced to electric cars, it's because, A, the governments want to keep their fuel for their planes. Okay, now remember what I said yesterday. They want to control their flat tops. Okay, the United States wants all the oil they can for one reason. They want to control the flat tops so they can run their helicopter and vertical takeoff planes, VTOLs, by using that oil they get to refine it into jet fuel. Jet fuel. They're not thinking about United Airlines, American, Delta, Lithuania, you name it. They're thinking about the military's planes, not including their military's Hummers. You think the government's going to start putting up electric grids all over the world on their bases and paying more for governments to upgrade their power grids so they can be anywhere in the world with armor-plated Hummers running on electricity? No. They want their fuel for their tanks, They want their fuel for their Hummers. By the way, to make an electric engine capable to push a car or a Hummer or a tank, let's just use tank. Some tanks are 60 tons with their armaments. 60 tons, fully loaded with like 1,500-pound shells for the cannon. Think about it. Supposedly 1,500 pounds. Think about it. It's almost a ton per shell, right? So the tank's fully loaded. You're going to need a fully loaded engine, which might get 10, 20 miles on a charge. But it could take, what, 2, 4, 6 days to charge the damn thing because of it? I mean, look, California was recently told. Pee Wee was a witness to this. She lives in California. Don't charge your car in the evening. We're having power problems. So they're told, don't charge the cars. Think about it. I mean, literally, this is a thing that, it's, a lot of people are like, oh, well, blame Biden. They can't blame Biden for the OPEC's choices. They're literally trying to save the world by keeping the oil to themselves because they want to power the planes. Think of it. You're running a $20 billion aircraft carrier that's been basically delayed for years because of problems. You got to power, you got to use. The ship might be all nuclear, but the planes and helicopters are not. The ships and planes are not. Think about it. The ships and planes are not powered by nuclear. So they need the oil for it. Same with tanks, same with helicopters, same with the Air Force. They need the planes. I mean, has anyone ever come up with a plane that does not need oil? No. So the oil nations came out the other day and said, we'll run out of oil by 2067. But then the next day they said, well, we didn't take into account. That was just for cars. We didn't take into account for commercial airlines, commercial cargo ships, commercial cruise lines, for the militaries, for their tanks, their trucks, their Humvees, their helicopters, their planes. We didn't take into account for housing oil, propane, for heating. People go camping, use those Coleman lanterns, Coleman fuel. They say we can run out by 2035, supposedly. I say supposedly sometimes. What's that tell you? That tells you the American people need to wake up and smell what they're shoveling. Because frankly, think about it. Think about it. The American people are running out. That means technology goes down the toilet. You think, oh, well, we'll manage. Really. Without oil, there's no polymers to make your phones. Without oil, there's no polymers to make plastics. Without oil, as Higgins keeps reminding me, and as Chris said once, you can't make tires for cars. Think of it. It takes 7 gallons of oil per tire. Now, the bigger the tire, the more oil. You do the math. They can figure it out for those giant tractors that have the giant wheels, those like monster truck wheels. Those probably take 100 gallons per wheel. Think about it. Think about it. You sit there and say, oh, well, do you think they're going to have a polymer that's going to be non-oil based yet? They're not even thinking about it. They just want to drain the swamp and drain every drop of oil they can. And then when we do hit rock bottom, not to mention a couple other things. Even though our satellites in space are nuclear, some of them might run out of nuclear power soon because the cores haven't been changed. So when that happens, it becomes space junk. And then how do we launch new satellites? We can't. See, Elon sits there and says, I want to colonize Mars. Good for you, Elon. I highly recommend it. What are we going to find on Mars? Oil? That'd be great. Maybe you want to see if you can send out probe to some of the other planets. Maybe there's oil on Jupiter, Uranus, Saturn, or that ice planet we have all the way off, Pluto. I mean, hell, maybe you want to put colonize all the moons of Jupiter or Saturn. Maybe you can find oil there. But how do you get there if the oil runs out? What propulsion system are you going to use? Is there a propulsion system that can power spacecraft that doesn't require fuel? Think about it. Think of it. A lot of you people sit there, think about it. That's one of the real problems of this country. We've sucked up technology so much that now we're going to basically be really upset when it fails. Think about it. It'd be like writing a video game. Technology was great, and then all of a sudden technology crashed. And then you're back in the Ice Age or the Stone Age. I mean, literally. Then eventually, hypothetically, the American people turn around and they want to use coal. Eventually, coal will run out. Then what? Then we're really screwed because we don't have technology and we don't have coal. But we can't cut down all the trees because then we would die of lack of oxygen. You see, it's a conundrum we have. We're destroying ourselves within. I mean, literally, you all worry about your families and your foods and everything else, but the overall big picture is the worst of the worst. I mean, think about it. Militaries want the oil for themselves. Companies want the oil for their polymers to make freaking computer chips for you. The more money they can make, they know they're running out of money. They know they're going to go bankrupt eventually when there's no oil. So they might as well suck up every dime that is. I mean, look at it. Higgins and I talked the other day. Picture this. Oil also makes cables. Without oil, you can't make your fiber optics cables. They'll make all the copper wire they want, but how do they wrap the copper wire around rubber if there's no rubber? How do you buy wires to redo your house for your electric grid if there's no rubber to make the little wires? Excuse me for 1 minute, gotta use the toilet. You see where I'm going with this? The point I'm making is you all need to keep prepping. This isn't just about prepping for short term. This is prepping for long term. Thank you for waiting for me, by the way. Smell like rosea. My Dove bars. I love Dove. Think of it this way. You sit there and you say, oh, well, we need to prep for saving democracy. Let me put it this way. Without oil, there is no democracy. Without oil, there is nothing. You can't power your planes. You can't power your ships, helicopters. You can't power your Hummers. You can't power your tanks. You can't power anything. The world comes to a complete standstill. What then? We don't have enough horses for 10 billion people. We don't have enough mules for 10 billion people. Hell, we don't have enough llamas or donkeys for 10 million people. 10 billion people. We don't have enough jackasses, got to put that out there, for 10 billion people. And my favorite one, just because, I think Arab people are also nice people, humble. We don't have enough camels for 10 billion people. Think about it. What are you going to do? You're going to be limited to an area where you can walk it. Electrified buses? Yeah, you can do electrified buses. But that means transfer to transfer to transfer to transfer. Trains, you can electrify trains, but eventually, that means the entire grid of our train system has to be electrified. But not enough electric trains can pull 400 freight cars. Think about it. And without coal, clean coal, our power grid would be dead. They would have to basically dam up every high point for dams and put fish ladders in and dissolve old dams and rebuild the new dams, same names, and put in fish ladders for everyone to keep the fish going. Because otherwise, you can't. Think about it. Democracy will fail if we run out of oil. Literally, the superpowers of the world would fail. They can't transport troops. They can't transport any. This is why the government is worried about oil. They're not worried about Joe Blow in their job. But then again, Joe Blow in their job might not have a job. Think of it this way. China knows that if the oil runs out, China's broke. Russia's broke. They would have to basically redo the entire system. How are they're going to have to send Chinese in to build strong ships to bring their stuff over here? But how are they going to sell TVs, video games, electronics? Electronics? Your house will be less cluttered. You won't have every video game system under the sun. You won't have polymers that make fly rods. You want to have polymers that make fishing rods. You might see China basically going back in the art of making high quality bamboo rods. So, anyways, that just means technology comes to a standstill. That means that some companies will have to change the tide to make your books, for example. Your books, for example, by a machine that is handmade, which means books go up. Not to mention, without oil, which is a polymer to other things, supposedly, don't quote me on it, there's other ways to harvest ink, but you would have a shortage of ink. So people would have to have no digital e-readers, no everything. And the newspapers would have to basically start producing more on planting fresh trees to keep going every year to make paper products, toilet paper, computer printing paper, newspapers, books. It's not an easy task to think about. The entire world would come to a freaking grinding halt. And this is why I keep telling you guys to prep. No one knows when this doomsday prediction is going to happen, but it will. But that's why I keep telling you to freaking prep. Higgins, no offense to Higgins, my moderator, but Higgins has a damn reason to worry. He doesn't need to worry about his Social Security checks coming, or his SSI, I should say. He should be freaking worried about his technology. Think of it. One day Higgins ain't going to be using the computer. One day Higgins ain't going to be using the TV. No, I'm not talking about Higgins dying either. I'm talking about technology running out of materials. Literally, oil is the key for this world. Back in the day, people would buy oil, knowing that oil could be manufactured in different things like paraffin, that's part of oil, olive oil and other oil that was used back in the day was used for lamp oil. They found ways back then to refine some of this, olive oil and cooking oil and stuff. You can use certain oils for lantern oil. Think of it. You say, oh, well, we don't need lanterns anymore because we have electricity. No, it just means half of you might lose your electricity permanently because you can't pay the bill because Factories might run out of stuff to make. Not enough materials, no oil. Other things will be out. I mean, think of it. We're sucking up our resources faster and faster. Yeah. American people need to realize they need to prep. Same with you, England. Same with you, Europeans. Same with you, Asians. Same with everyone in the world. Keep prepping because this isn't just about Let me tell you a story. The stock market crash, like everyone keeps emailing and bombarding me with emails on stock market crash. Let me tell you what would happen. Jobs would be lost. Technology would fail. You say, oh, well, no, it won't. Yes, it will, because think of it. No one would be buying it. No one would be upgrading. No one would do anything. Eventually, people would steal their technology and use it. Other people would steal other things. Country would go down the toilet. But then people wouldn't be buying oil for 10 years or 20 years or 30 years. That might just extend the oil's life while each country can hold the oil over other countries' heads. Think about it. The American people know that if the world economy collapses, U.S. stock market crashes, everything crashes. No one's buying. So, secret is to keep freaking prepping. I love all of you, and this is something that hurts me to death. Because, people say, oh, we need to worry about our power grid. No, we don't. What we need to worry about is not our power grid. You need to first prep for natural disasters. And if you can get through a natural disaster, then you're prepared to go all the way for something happening. Civil War? Don't make me on the table. If Civil War happens, that means the oil gets stopped anyways. Think about it. A lot of people say, oh, well, what about... Let me put it this way. As I said yesterday, airplanes run out of fuel if we don't have oil. When we run out of oil worldwide, there's not one nuclear missile that could be launched. There's not one Elon rocket that could be launched. There's not one Jeff Bezos rocket being launched. There's no, what's his name, the Blue Origin or the something Origin airline guy that owns the Blue Origin. He has his own rockets. Will be launched. Nothing will be done. Oil will be out of gas. Think of the guy on the International Space Station. They built a new one. He's stuck up there for can't see his family and because there's no more fuel. Think of it. He might just kill himself. I don't condone suicide, but think about it. When we think about it. Think of the people that don't think about the long-term side effects, technology, what it's doing, and the long-term side effects of no oil. Think of it this way. Picture it from my perspective. This is my home. I call it the bunker. I'm in a basement unit of an apartment. Right? Got 2 windows. No, 3 windows. Think of my perspective. You can say, oh, what's your perspective? You're stupid. I live on a fucking island. No oil means the ferries don't run. What are they going to do? Try to make an all-electric ferry? Maybe. They'd have to make it so the ferries can do the runs. And if they can't, they'd have to make a bigger ferry. So it'd be trial and error. First ferry doesn't work, they put in diesel electric engines. Second ferry doesn't work, they just move it to a different route. Eventually, they get the right ferry built with the right amount of batteries. And because eventually, they'll have to say, oh, well, we need this one longer because we need the bigger batteries and bigger. Eventually, they say, oh, we got this ferry that's built perfectly that will run to the port. We'll unload the cars. We'll have one guy plug it in. It'll charge. And then the ferry will move to the next area. And then we'll plug it in while we unload the cars. And then we'll plug it back in, Takes between 10 and 15 minutes to unload and load, depending. So you do the math. Eventually, you have to time it just right, build the right ferry for it. But anyone who relies on ferry travel, they're going to be stuck. Mostly like in New York or other places where there's a bridge. Like, for example, Whidbey Island, they got a bridge right outside of Anacortes called Deception Pass. People can go that way around. Ferries run out. People can go the long route where everywhere that the ferries are put in Washington State. Same goes with New York, for example. New York's ferry system, they would just basically say, use the bridge. Now you can say, oh, whoa. What about the islands that are remote? Vancouver, British Columbia, their ferries, they would have to design a ferry from Vancouver there that's all electric. No fuel. No one's going to be flying by airplanes. All those little airplanes would be they would turn around and sell them. Companies would take these old airplanes and crush them and reuse the metal. Not to mention, you could say, oh, well, what about personal yachts would not be working? They don't have a yacht that can go 15,000 miles yet on a battery. Higgins and I were joking about this the other day. I love Higgins dearly. He said, what are they going to do? Run an extension cord basically from China to Seattle? Think of it. Once it gets to Seattle, China retracts the power cord. And then Seattle hooks up there and they go back this way. And then when it gets to China again, Seattle they unhook China and Seattle starts wrenching it in. It's waterproof and everything. And next thing you know, it gets to China. And then the longer the cord is, the more the power they got to increase to get to China. Think about it. What do they do? Underwater power cables where they can just drag it along the thingy. Eventually, something might happen, and the power might fail, and the ship might be stuck. I mean, think of it. There's a lot of disasters waiting to happen. They try to do, that's why they have to go coal if we run out of oil. But it would take time. In the meantime, the governments would say, look, whatever you need, you're going, by the way, you say, oh, well, what happens to, I just said, they dispose of the yachts. Yachts would be recycled. Now, Tony, of course, moderator Tony, love him dearly, he's working on Warwick Davis's 2 trailers. Warwick Davis, as you know, is Leprechaun. He's in England. He plays Willow. Bless his heart. Tony's updating his trailers. That's his job, all right? Tony would be out of a job, okay? Tony would have to find a job locally where trailers, like Warwick Davis, would be recycled because they can't use them anymore because, hypothetically, they couldn't use it because how are you going to tow an electric truck? They did a test recently, 55-foot fifth wheel. They did several sizes from 40 foot to 55 feet. I think they went all the way down to the smallest fifth wheels and travel trailers. They tested them all and went from 18 miles to 47 miles total on a battery for pickup trucks that are electric. The guy called, this one guy had a job to test them. In the end, he said the only thing he relies on is his F550 truck with a diesel engine to pull his trailers. Because if oil runs out, most people don't even know what the consequences are. Think about it. You run out of oil, you better have a backup plan. All that excess travel trailers, fifth wheels, motorhomes, buses, unless they build a big enough bus that can go around your city or your area for schools, they're going to have to charge them up in between picking kids up and then charge them when they get back to the bus depot and charge them until they're ready to pick the kids up. I mean, this is going to be really a hassle. And the power grid's going to be congested unless they find a way to make more clean energy, coal, hydroelectric, wind, and solar. If you put all solar generators, solar power on all the windy areas of America, that only handles 6% of the electric grid of the country. 6%. But you'd wake up if you're on a mountain and look out and you have a windmill farm there. You'd be kind of upset the government put a windmill on your mountain. A lot of people, hold on, check out a tinkle. A lot of people are not realizing the long-term side effects of technology. All right, so here's the deal. Technology, when it runs out, it's going to hurt the country more than it is now. And no one sees the long-term side effects. Long-term side effects are hurting everybody. They say we might run out of coffee beans and can't produce anymore in 20 years. That means people will be going and trying to suck up everything with caffeine with tea. I mean, you're watching a country that's sucking up everything faster and faster and not thinking of the repercussions of. This is why I keep telling you guys to keep prepping. Some stuff can be used all the time. Other things can't be used. I mean, literally. Well, and I keep telling you, keep prepping because we don't know what's going to happen between now and after election. For safety concerns and for you, my people who watch my channel, keep prepping. The preppers out there don't realize that, there's these people that say, oh, well, we're running out of everything. Really? One guy was saying half of Texas is out of stuff. I got family in half of Texas, and they say nothing is out of stock. Maybe a little higher in price, but not out of stock. Literally. Think about it. The American people. The American people are suffering. Talking of civil war because of Democrats versus Republicans. Should be this way. We should be working together to fix the problems at hand and have strong leadership that realizes that the American people need a leader that can understand that the reason that OPEC shut down the oil production is because they're trying to curtail people like us using too much oil. By the way, Chloe, I got a fun fact for you. She loves numbers, by the way. She loves fun facts. Out of the top 11 countries in the world producing oil, number one with 18.2% is Venezuela. As you know, they're under dictatorship and their oil's not been tapped. Saudi Arabia, 16.2%. Their oil's been tapped. 3 that has not been tapped at all. So like I said to you all earlier, the monarchy of England would not give two craps if Australia and New Zealand left the Union. Canada's got number 3rd spot with 10.4% of the world's oil. So you can see why Canada is really close to England. 4th, Iran. As everyone knows, Iran's going through totalitarian dictatorship. They're not fully tapped. They were in the 70s, but with all the crap that's happened. Iraq, as Chloe knows, by the way, Iran is 9.5%. Iraq is 8.7%. We have our military there, so we're getting their oil. But apparently Iraq's selling to the highest bidder, like I said. 6, Kuwait. We have military there. Kuwait selling the highest bidder. United Arab Emirates, 5.9% of the world's oil. Russia, 4.8 for number 8. As you know, Russia's under, what's that word?
Dictatorship.
No. What Biden did to Russia?
Sanctions.
Yes, under sanctions, we can't touch any of Russia's oil. 4.8% of the world's. 9, Libya. We toppled Colonel Gaddafi, but Libya is selling the highest bidder. 10, Nigeria. As everyone knows, Nigerians won't part with their oil, 2.2%, because Nigerians are smarter than us white people, supposedly, because they don't want to be shafted because of their color skin getting a less deal on it. And finally, the coup de grace of all of the world's oil productions, 2.1%, is what we only hold of the world's oil production. Why can't we tap into any more oil? Because we're frankly, after 100 years, basically drained our oil supplies. Think of it, 2.1% of the world's oil is in the United States. Chloe's sitting there going, 18.2 for Venezuela, 2.1 in America. You do the math. Some countries are not going to part with any of their oil because
I don't know whatever happened to this whole natural gas thing in the Appalachians. I'm gonna go pee and then go get your.
So I thought I would get Chloe's opinion for a minute. Your opinion of those 11 countries with the most oil?
Yeah.
You say the reason the countries, like some of these dictators, are holding on to it, they know it's the most important commodity in the world. Like my brother Rick, he's out in Venezuela. But point is like I said, time and time again, you got to keep prepping for natural disasters, man-made disasters, and if the world comes to an end to a point, it's because Chloe, for example, Chloe knows this already. One day she won't be able to use her computer because there's no polymers to make the computers. Oil is out. Chloe's mom owns horses, so she could just run around riding a horse from town to town if she wishes. But like you said, there's not enough donkeys, horses, caribous.
Oh, guess what? All those rednecks would be upset they can't watch NASCAR.
NASCAR would be dead, a dead sport because they ran out of oil to run their cars, fuel it into high octane cars. Think about it. The American people would literally be suffering. Everything would come to a grinding halt. American people need to realize that everyone is going to suffer. Everyone. For example, I never told this to anyone, but oil makes polymers, which makes silicone breast implants. You women would not be able to get breast implants. You can get them removed, but you won't be able to replace them because there's nothing to make them with. Silicone is an oil derivative. Think about it. Why do you think a lot of people think that they don't last long? Because it's an oil derivative. Men who want their dongs enlarged uses the penile implant. That's made of a plastic derivative too, for example. Everything happens is plastic-based. TVs, video games. We would have to go back to more natural methods of living. Wood picture frames, maybe metal picture frames. Glass could be easy to make. But oil-based stuff? Mm-mm. Everything would come to a grinding halt. I see it. People are worried about their food shipments. Food shipments will only stall if there is a rail delay. Remember that. But they would have to use trucks. But eventually, the trucks would use more fuel to move everything around, which would cost us more in groceries because the trains aren't moving. 2/3 of the food's transported by train, 1/3 by truck. Fortunately, it'd be 2/3 by trucks or 3/3 trucks, and no trains until they got the train strike under control. Think about it. American people, they're going to be suffering. Same with the world when this happens. Every year, I will basically tell you this. Every year, you guys need to keep prepping because the world will end when technology fails. And I'm not talking end as in just total destruction. I'm talking about society will collapse because without technology, without oil, your technology won't work. Without oil, your oil burning power plants won't work. Eventually, we'll run out of coal. Then what do we do? We could sit there and make nuclear, but then we'd have to label every state nuclear, non-nuclear. States can't be states that can do hydro, wind, solar. They'll go that route first. And when they can't generate enough power, they'll start putting in coal. But once clean coal runs out, they'll be stuck with clean energy, renewable energy, and nuclear. But what do you say? Oh, well, we'll just take nuclear. Until your entire backyards are filled with concrete lead holes 5 miles deep with a sign that says do not open for 100,000 years, because how do you get rid of spent uranium rods? They bury them in the deserts. Think of Hanford, for example, my state of Washington, Eastern Washington. Hanford was a nuclear labs and weapons development center. All those nuclear rods used to make nuclear weapons, and only nuclear weapons, are in containment tanks in the river that are leaking into the groundwater. They've seen fish mutated with 3 eyes because of it. And this ain't a joke. Being close to a spent uranium rod is basically being spent to pretty much death because of radioactive poisoning. Hold on. Let's see. 55. There we go. So I had to send my sister Melissa the pricing for the ferries. She wants to visit us next week. So that means we'll be riding around taking pictures with me and Chloe's top of the line cameras that we have, and we're gonna be going around to the beaches, we're gonna be seeing all of Friday Harbor through their eyes by traveling with them in their car with Moppy, of course.
What day are they coming?
They have to make his schedules and arrangements. I just hope it's not that expensive for the ferry. That's what she just said. So I sent her the link to the ferry prices. It's going to cost her $55.30 for her car, and like almost, what did I say? It was $15.90 for passenger. Yeah. I mean, what is it? What do they charge you currently on the disabled rate when you leave?
$7.
Yeah, I said it was 7 to 9 last time I checked. They keep raising the prices anyways. So, and that is something that you guys need to prep for too, is where you live, your natural disasters, as well as, I mean, look, we live on an island, okay? Chloe knows this already. She's learned it. By the way, one of my favorite things to do, Chloe's giving me the scowls. She probably doesn't know this, but as I like to see her panic and be in a pickle when we lose power. She's like, "Oh, we're gonna lose it forever." No, we're not. Sometimes, the underwater cable is out. You don't want to be like wannabe douchebag upstairs. He talks about how we're going to be out for 3 weeks. Instead, it's 4 hours, 8 hours, 18 hours.
He blames all his problems on the Democrats.
Yeah, and you know what the problem is with that fucking... no offense. I'm going to say something to you all about Chloe saying this. You leaving?
Yeah.
Chloe doesn't realize this, but the guy's a hypocrite. He blames everything on the Democrats, but then the Democrats basically gave him a power scooter on his insurance, which he doesn't need. He conned a power chair out of the Democrats. And then he walks out to get a cigarette, but then sometimes he just drives out in his chair. That's all he does. Drives out and gets smoke, drives back in. Doesn't load his truck, and now he's trying to get the state to pay for a van so he can tow his thing everywhere because he thinks the government will give it. So if he's truly complaining to the Democrats, look what the fucker is doing. He's stealing the American people's money for a power chair and a power chair and lift van, and he's stealing the taxpayers' money so he can go get a cigarette by just driving out, lazy fart. And then on top of that, he's getting free internet and free cell phone. So who's the hypocrite? I'd like to hear Chloe's opinion when she leaves. Chloe, would you come out here for a second? So, anyways, while we're waiting, I need to check on Amazon. I'm pricing on groceries again because I have something I want to check on. Prime. I want to see if there's any baseball games tonight. I want to make a statement that you might laugh at. She's changing real quick. That's why she ain't out here. When she comes in, she'll sit in the blue chair for a second. You claim he blames the Democrats for everything, right? Yet, he's a hypocrite. Democrats gave him free internet, free phone service. Gave him a free power chair. He's trying to force the government to give him a van for his power chair. So he has 2 cars. Democrats are giving him things because he's disabled. And yet he wants to go Republican. No offense, let him do what he wishes. That he claims the Democrats are the problem, yet he's taking advantage of everything. Look at my cousin. I'm not cousin. Sorry, Dinky. Didn't mean you. Look at my sister, Teddy Bear. She blames the Democrats for everything. But when it comes to free internet, free cell phone, she'll cash in on it. Why not?
People like them they'll go and thank the Republicans for it. Like upstairs, he said he has Donald Trump to thank for his power chair.
Donald Trump didn't give him the power chair. Yeah. The Democrats' rules.
Look at my grandparents in Ohio said that it was because of Trump why I got approved on SSTI.
No, it was the state of Washington that approved because think of it. She was living in a Republican state with a guy who had the Confederate flag behind his damn desk and a picture of Donald Trump, which denied her benefits. Every state's different,
Yeah, he even had the old MAGA logo on his desk, Make America Great Again. Yeah.
So apparently there's no baseball games today, everyone. So there's supposed to be baseball games tomorrow, but it's not saying anything. See, I enjoy baseball a bit. So, but no, the thing is this is what I call hypocrisy. Hypocrisy.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's check the schedule. Schedule is
Or even all Hispanics out there blaming the Democrats for things, right?
yeah.
Saying the Republicans gave them all the stuff.
So apparently, oh crap. So apparently, right now, everyone, today's Thursday. So tomorrow there's games. I don't know if they're going to post it for us. I guess MLB TV took my money and isn't allowing me to see the wild card games anywhere. Apparently, Cleveland and Tampa Bay is doing the wild card on ESPN, which you can't watch. Philadelphia and St. Louis, I can watch the first game on ABC. The second game, oh, by the way, Chloe, apparently Seattle's playing Toronto in the wild card, so that they're in.
Seattle, Toronto.
San Diego's playing the Mets for their
Maybe they
wild
could
card
run the
game.
Space Needle or the CN Tower.
I hope the Space Needle does. San Diego, I hope they beat the Mets. The Yanks are playing. What is the Yanks playing? I don't know. It says Yankees are playing. Who knows? And then Atlanta's playing someone else. And then Houston's playing someone else. And Los Angeles is playing someone else. But they're not saying who's playing who yet. They haven't decided. So there you go. So currently it's Tampa Bay and Cleveland. Seattle versus the Blue Jays. Houston's playing whoever beats, so whatever team in the wild cards. New York's playing whoever beats with Cleveland or Tampa Bay. I'm going to say Cleveland. Philadelphia's playing St. Louis. Let's hope Philadelphia wins. Goes on to the Braves. San Diego, I'm hoping will play against Los Angeles, and then we'll get to the National League Championship. The National League, and then there's the American League. So as a baseball player, Oh, yes, I just love this. You have an offer for $6 off something on eBay. Not interested. Not interested. So some of you preppers out there need to keep prepping. Yeah. That's the secret. Keep prepping. Literally. Yep. Keep prepping because you preppers need to keep prepping. Also, let's go over the prepping foods, the stuff that I buy most of, my proteins, because you guys need to hear this. Some of you preppers out there need to realize that delivery will be delivered, it'll tell you exactly when you'll be delivered. This is 3 days. Cool. This is 3 days too. And this one is 5 days. So there you go. So some of your protein, there not many people are buying right now. So that people are seem somewhat slowing down on certain things, but still you preppers need to keep prepping because food prices are going through the roof, and with oil being tightened by OPEC, then you got to keep prepping for that too, So tonight's dinner will be buffalo chicken stuff. Sounds good to me. I won't have to get anything for a few days. The secret is not to go out every day. I keep telling Chloe this, but when Chloe almost got the bathroom done and the kitchen done and the hall done, all we have to do is get the clothes put away and vacuum up the office and tidy the office up. I just wish I had more room. That's why I keep telling her to clean her room. Her room is one of the major points. If we can get her room clean, we can go through those boxes and see if there's anything we can donate or downsize so we can basically make more room in her room as a storage room for the bikes and the trike, because I want my office to be used completely for my YouTube videos. Problem is, can't make room on a trike. I might just move the trike into the hall and then move the bike sometimes when I want to get into the closet to my gaming area. So, anywho, I don't know if Chloe left or not. We'll find out. Give me a second. No, you don't know what. No.
Yeah, I'm gonna know.
By the way, I looked worth trying the pot pies. They didn't have the beef ones, huh? And they didn't have the 4 packs of the party pizzas, huh? I bet we can find those at King's, maybe.
Maybe. I'm just gonna go to the whole store. That's it.
Okay. You didn't go. Shit, you gotta go to King's. What was one of the items that you forgot that was completely out of?
What is it? Tell me.
Yeah, well, you had to check out the frozen food section, Missy. We just need a can of coffee or a bag of coffee. So for some of you preppers out there, you always want to prep. By the way, I need to stop. I need to talk to Chloe tonight during game time. It's the only time I can actually have a decent conversation with her, it seems, while I'm gaming, because she comes out in games too, closer to the router. She's been having some ESO trouble, I think. I don't know what the problem is. So anyways, I'm hoping to get my deliveries in soon. I'm being, Chloe's like a little kid. She's like, when's my dress coming? When's my dress coming? Yet for me, I'm panicked about groceries. When's my groceries coming? So tonight I got to sit down with Chloe. This is the thing. I don't like Chloe. Yeah, I know, kind of being mean, right? Tone knows why, but the thing is, when it comes to making decisions, you got to make decisions, and you have to make decisions quickly and efficiently. And if you don't need to buy something, I mean, Chloe was talking about shoes or something. It's like, I can order her a pair of tennis shoes on Amazon, like I have. I mean, but Chloe would wear hers out easier. But me, look at these. I haven't even used them. I'm wearing Crocs right now around the house.
After that blizzard last Christmas, last New Year's, I want to get some boots actually in case if that happens.
Yeah, we had like 4 inches of snow all year. So to her, the blizzard, but she had to walk the dog. So, but still.
I had to walk Moppy to the vet that one time, remember?
Hey, Mope Mope. So I'm going to keep the radio on so we can converse, I'm going to do a radio check. Radio check. Radio check. You there? So, anyways, like I said, when it comes to radio check over. Ooh, wait, I want to see that. No. Oh, yeah, that works. But I want to see that one I just saw. I hate when I basically, yeah, yes, here we go. Yeah, cool.
Testing over.
Good. Glad you're here. Basically, you guys need to realize that you guys got to keep prepping. No, you don't get anything. You were bad. You're being punished. No. I have a service dog. He's being mean, grouchy. Hey, old man, no. Oh, maybe you need water. I'll gladly give you a bowl of water. Nope, your water bowl was clean. I guess Chloe cleaned it for you. Nope, you got kibble. Eat your kibble. You ain't getting anything from me. See? Look, come here. Come here. See this, guys? This is the grumper. See? What are you grumping about? You don't get anything. No? This is what we call the baby. Baby number 1. Baby 2 is the bunny. What? No, you don't get anything. Come here. Sit on my lap. What do you want? You ain't getting it. No. Mama says no, no. No, no means no, no. Good mommy. Chloe, Aunt Chloe, I call her mommy too. She's not here, so you can give me some. Nope, I'm holding to my guns. You ain't getting anything, little dirt bag, after what you did to me the other day. Oh, yeah, whatever. Go down. Crump. No, you ain't getting anything, Grumpo. So, anyways, for some of you out there, like I said, one of the tools you can use is how long to beat if you're a gamer, because that'll tell you what games to get. That is, I think I have it somewhere around here, right? Yeah, here we go. How long to beat. I'll put it in the live chat here. See? Yeah, there's a lot of websites and tools out there, people. So you need to keep prepping. For some of you, I made a prepper's tool for you all. Just don't buy anything unless you basically look at it and open up a different window and buy it. Because if you buy it, it's going to be going directly to me. And I'm warning you now, I don't want what you're buying. I made the list, which took like 3 days to make, of everything you can do except for toothpaste and toothbrush. So let me share that list with you. No, you're not getting anything. So basically, this list is a list that has everything you'll need for prepping. For prepping. This list will help you out immensely. So, yeah. So that list there is a template for you preppers out there that can prep. I do want to check on stuff. Oh, damn. Soups went up again, and a lot of soups been sold out. See, this is what I was afraid of. Yeah. So, it says here sold out, and this stuff's just gone up. A lot of people have asked me as a prepper, well, what happened to 24 cans per case? Well, what happened in the 70s and 60s when it was 48 cans a case? They cut it down, and then it went to 24. Now it's 12. Soon they'll probably give you 6 cans as a case. Think of it. They're trying to cut down, I want to buy a couple of those, the food's the most important. The non-essential items, that most everything is non-essential. Some of it isn't, depending on where you live. Like hand sanitizers went up. I don't need to go into details. Everything here on the list is been handpicked by all of us, including moderators. By the way, the laundry detergent's gone up. That's another thing people are complaining like crazy is laundry detergent went up. Ziploc bags. The gallon size some of the gallon size was sold out. So you need to keep looking. That's, a lot of stuff. People say, oh, well, it's, a lot of stuff like dried fruits. People like their dried raisins, sugar-coated raisins. That's up in price too, by the way. But I'm not going to go through everything on the list. I mean, you guys can see it yourself. Protein drinks. That's in case you need to supplement. Nuts. I want to get some nuts anyways for my prepping. I like nuts. I want to get some not peanuts. I'm not a peanuts person. I'm more of a cashews person, so I want to get some cashews. Flour, some flour's gone down, but a lot of it stayed the same because flour is getting harder. Cooking oil, some dropped, some hasn't. Canned meats, I don't preferably choose wild caught sardines. Um, but some people do like their sardines. I don't eat sardines. I find sardines to be something that's an acquired taste. Now, a lot of people say, well, you like your acquired taste in alcohol, but not sardines. Canned chicken, that stuff, some went down. Currently, I'm looking at canned chicken. Several cans, including Vienna sausages, are sold out. So, a lot of canned chicken sold out. Stuff that hasn't, some has dropped, but those are the smaller cans. So unless you want to buy smaller cans, a lot of your canned chicken completely is sold out, and some of it says we don't know when or if this item will come back. Thing, we've had a chicken shortage. Remember, chicken shortage. A lot of chickens were killed because of a virus, and then now they're trying to regroup the chickens, which means we're gonna have a chicken shortage. That's why I was telling Chloe the other day, today, before getting on YouTube, that chicken prices are literally, quote unquote, gone up to like $9 to $12 a pound because it's either organic, non-organic, or there's a problem with our delivery of chicken. Now, a lot of people say, "Oh, well, our meat's going to be great in 2023." No, you'll be paying double the price in 2023. This is why I keep telling you to keep prepping now. Tuna, for example. Tuna, I'm looking at the tuna cans. They used to be 24 cans. Now it's 12 cans. And tuna is still in stock, but chicken isn't. So you can tell people, oh, another thing is some Kippered snacks are sold out. Some aren't. But, remember, you're paying through the nose for a lot. Where's that hat that I had earlier? Chloe is like talking about my hat. Oh, there it is. Let me just put my hat on for a bit. So, for you at the Christmas holidays, we're going to talk about that. So, you have your scallops and other canned stuff. I did put smoked scallops and herrings and kipper snacks and, you know, um, baby clams. This brand here, it says we don't know if this is coming back in stock. That's telling you right now what you need to know. If you haven't bought your food, you need to buy it because, some of it is sold out. A lot of the baby clams is considered protein. Um, Other things are up in price, which is your anchovies and your sardines, and your flavored sardines. That's. So we're halfway through the list. Okay, the non-essential we're skipping. You guys can go through that list yourself, but I'm going over the food parts. Like your yeast, your sugars, and stuff. That's up in price. That's your baking goods are going up. Your seasonings are going up. Your real maple syrup for your pancakes. Definitely need your pancakes in the morning with real maple syrup. That's up. Your bouillon cubes are literally they restocked those, but your bullion cubes, are, your batteries. Again, your batteries are a must. So if you need batteries, stockpile them now. Your non-essential items, which I call, people say isn't really essential, which it is, your shampoo, conditioner, your body wash, your bar soaps, all gone up. I mean, literally, you're paying through the nose. I mean, and then some stuff like shaving cream for you men, unless you want to grow a beard, went up in price too. Your Tylenol, your naproxen, your naproxen and your ibuprofen has gone up in price. Your Tylenol says again, we don't know when or if this item is being back in stock. You see, this is the problem I want to talk to you guys about for a second. The problem is you guys sit there and you hokey pokey stand around and you think everything's gravy. But truthfully, nothing is gravy, because if it was gravy, you guys would turn around. So So basically, you know, then you have, you know, your fishing tools. They're still staying the same. You can buy any of those, but you know, your canning, people at canning jars, you know, went down, but your canning pots, you know, some say those aren't essential. Your televisions literally went up in price. Some of your TVs have gone up in price, by the way. I'm just looking. If you need a portable digital TV, your radios have stayed the same. So let's just continue. First aid kits, same price. Those are essential. Your coolers, a lot of coolers right now are, we don't know when or this item will be back in. So if you need a cooler, your ramen has gone up yet again. Your toilet paper, the one that was on sale, sold out. The rest of them, you're paying through the nose. So just to let you know, that's an essential anyways. Some of your TPs are sold out. I'm looking at TPs and you guys can ask me and I will answer. Your paper towels are gone up in price too. Your canned stuff like your canned stews gone up in price. Your beanie weenies and your beans, some of your beans have sold out. You know, your Bush's beans, your Bush's baked beans, your grilling beans gone up like crazy, sold out, etc., etc. So just, you know, what you do get, you get. But just remember, you're buying 12 cans and you're paying more money for 12 cans because of it. Now, your non-essentials, like your playing cards, they've stayed the same price. Actually, it's gone down. Your bottled water, again, because we're having a drought and we're having hurricanes and everything else because it's hurricane season, the bottled water has gone up through the roof. So be warned about your water. Now, I'm not going to go into other items, non-essential. If you need an electric razor, there some gone down, some went up. Your smokers are in stock. So, you know, if you need a smoker, smoke your meat. Coffee is fluctuating. Coffee is always going up and down. Currently, you know, if you need a 1.5 pound or 1 3/4 pound can, some of it you're paying $15 for. So be very wary. Your other stuff that you buy, like your rolled oats, they some have gone up, some have gone down. Your beans and your lentils, like the like this here, for example. Your rice and your white rice and your brown rice have gone up $20. So just to be careful, that's like a 24-pound, 6-gallon bucket of rice just went up $20. So be wary. That's why I have 4 buckets already. I got on sale. Your crackers, your cracker snacks. You know, they're you know, the cheese flavored ones or your peanut butter ones like your Ritz's and your Keeblers, that they're gone up in price. Your condensed milk and your um, evaporated milk has both gone up in price. Your crackers, mac and cheese, some of it's gone up, some of it's gone down. It depends on what you want to do. Another thing is your coffee percolators. If you do have a power outage, they've gone up in price. I would say don't worry about power outages. That's highly unlikely unless they want to drop all the power right before the election. And then, you know, your dog food, some sold out, and most of it's in stock. Well, one bag is, anyways. And otherwise, you know, you're paying through the nose. Bunny food, I have a bunny. Your pet food's gone up. So cat food, dog food, bunny food, guinea pig, rat food, etc. Other foods that have gone up that's protein enriched is your beef sticks and your beef jerky. You know, you can buy like 20 jar of 20 beef sticks. You know, that's gone up in price. Your jerky's gone up. Your pistachios, I love pistachios. You got to look at it this way. That's £1.50. You got to ask yourself, are you going to be paying £1.50 or are you going to be paying a 3-pound bag? You know, 3-pound bag's a pretty good deal. Your scanners have gone up. Your nuts, I like cashews, so I always buy cashews. So, you know, you just buy cashews. Hopefully there's not what do you call it? Sea salt in them, but I like my cashews. That's the only thing I eat, cashews. So I buy cashews, and then your canned stuff, your canned meats have gone up. You know, your corned beef, your luncheon meats, your little Danish hams. You know, the little 1-pound hams have gone up. Your spam's gone up, so just be worry about that. Your mac and cheese, a lot of it's gone up. Your ramen's gone up. And other items gone up. Powdered milk and powdered butter gone up. And then your food pails, I don't even need to go into your dehydrated and your freeze-dried's gone up. So everything has gone up. Now, if you go down the list, once we skip all this, you got your sleeping bags. They stayed the same. So we're just going to skip your Swiss Army knives. I highly recommend stayed the same. Your backpacks, down in price. Your tents. Some of your tents have stayed the same because no one wants to pay X amount of money. And two is the ones that last the longest, you pay more because of canvas. So some canvas tents like this one, the 10 by 10, the 10 by 14 sold out. The 8.5 by 6, that's the 2-person. That's still available. There's other ones that a lot of them are sold out. This one here, they did the raised in price. This one sold out. This one is, available. That one sold out. That one's available. That one's sold out. This one's available. Your lanterns, if you need lanterns, if you're worried about power outages, they went up in price. Your Coleman stoves sold out. Don't know if they're going to get it back in. The only thing they have available is a classic 2-burner stove. They say they won't charge until it's delivered. You have a camping stove, your propanes. There's 2 propanes available. And then your wool blanket and your matches are down in price. And then, the food bucket. So basically the bottom line is it all depends on how much you're willing to so technically, you need to look at the big picture here for you preppers because, the food prices are going up. People say, oh, well, it should be stabilized. It should. But the problem is again, the preppers are the ones prepping. Preppers are raising the price. You can blame us preppers for it, but we're doing it because we know something's coming. A lot of you sit there and say, well, you need to basically see here's what's going on in the world right now, or in the U.S., okay? You got us, the preppers. We're prepping. We are fully in tune and prepping. While we are prepping, while we are prepping, you guys want everyone to be limited on one item a week. Oh, they need one case of TP a week. Fine, that's one case. Buy a 16 roll of paper towels. There's your case for the week. I mean, literally, it might come down to it. These people might get their wish if prices keep going through the roof, and they might just limit you online. You might sit there and say, oh, I'm going to get 4 cases of Spam. 1 case a month. Well, I'll just buy this case of Spam, this case of Spam, this case of Spam, that case of Spam, this case of Spam. What are they going to do? 1 of each? Limit 1. Fine. You can go and buy 6 cases of various flavors. You've met the 1 per month. Then they can turn around and eventually a month or 2 later, they can say, oh, people are just bypassing it by buying 1 this and 1. I mean, I remember when they were like limit 1, online. I'd go and be like, oh, really? I'm going to buy 1 of this brand, 1 of this brand, 1 of this brand, 1 of this brand, 1 of this brand. Stimulus checks. Next thing you know, Chloe's room is half full of toilet paper. And my office, quarter full. Same with paper towels. We just bought 1 of each. What are they going to do? They got the money. People didn't think about it. They're all complaining, oh, well, we're limited on 1. Yeah, well, that's because you're too fucking stupid and you realize it's 1 of 1 product, not not 1 of 1 brand, 1 of 1 product. So, and so I went ahead, and when Amazon kept basically saying, oh, you can't do this, I'd go and be like 1 of each at Target, 1 of each at Walmart, free shipping. Next thing you know, the delivery 2 days later, and I'm going, 1 my ass. Think about it. American people are being freaking bamboozled by not thinking outside the box when it comes to things. And this is why they complain that us preppers aren't prepping properly. Sorry to say, we preppers are prepping better than you people. Truth of the matter is, you just need to know how to go around it. And when they go to the store and you see a sign that says, "Due to high demand, you can have one of these per week." Due to high demand, you can kiss my ass. I'm ordering online. Click, 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 beep. People would sit there and say, "Well, we'll just take this one roll of paper towels for the week," and they only have like single rolls. We'll just so Chloe would grab one, I'd grab one, we'd go up to the checkout, and the lady would be like, "We're so sorry, that's only limit one of each. I know you two are a family, so we'll just, claiming family, we live in the same house with Chloe and I, so we'll just let this go because, you each are buying separately." Well, then, one day I was at another grocery store, and I was like, one of each, one per family. And the manager, I said, "Grab it." She grabbed it, and I was like this. Well, my manager friend Lisa, she said, "Oh, what are you doing?" "I'm just griping about this, this, and this. I'm doing a little backup special." She said, "What's the backup special?" "None of your business." I said, "None ya." She said, "None of my business?" I said, "Yep." She says, "Well, you're limiting me on my supplies. I'm just ordering in the bulk. 6 different stores. I'll have them 2 days. While you guys are limiting people on their wipe ass paper, ass wiping paper, I'm basically buying a bulk of it." She says, "How can you get away with it? There's a limit." "Oh, I know how to get around everything, lady. I'm smart." So one day, after they started, they have a limit one per week right now. So one day outside of her work, she asked me, I was having coffee. She bought me a coffee. She said, "How do you do it?" I said, "Watch." I said, "If I show you, you don't tell anyone." She says, "I promise." She never shared it with anyone. I said, "See, one of each product." Hit checkout. They might limit you one of each product, but they're not limiting you on one of each brand, one item on the brand list. She says, and so some people are dumb. They can't realize you just order one of each product, you're still going to get a lot of toilet paper towels. I mean, literally, we must have had 2 years of TP and 2 years of paper towels so we ran up. And you know what? People are complaining, "We need another stimulus check because the economy's hurting." Do we really need another stimulus check, which you're going to freaking waste on Christmas gifts, crippling the economy more? When you basically run out, you're going to go to advocates around the country and ask them to bail you out again because you don't have enough money because you spent it on Christmas gifts because you thought Christmas was more important than stockpiling toilet paper, paper towels, food, water, and groceries. I mean, literally, this is the problem we have in this country. People want their stimulus checks back. Why? You bought the TVs. You bought everything you wanted. You crippled the economy. And now we're paying for it. Excuse me for 1 second. Toilet run. I mean, literally, think about it that way. You literally turn around and you complain. Oh, yeah, hold on. I got to call Chloe for a second. She probably tried calling me with a coffee. Yep. See if I coffee real quick. Maybe I can get 2 liters. 2 while she's out. Is she on my phone? All right. Okay, so basically, let me just tell you what's going on, okay? So the American people turn around and they literally need someone to let them know. Uh, the American people need to realize that what's going on in the world is, quote unquote, that you guys need to keep prepping. Yeah, you guys got to keep prepping because we, the people, need to realize that the American people are suffering. But when you guys have the American people turn around and you live and you think Uncle Sam will bail you out, think of it. Washington State posted that food stamps might run out by December, like December 16th. They've extended it supposedly because we're still in a pandemic. But no one's talking about the pandemic. They're not talking about monkeypox. They're not talking about COVID. I mean, look, no offense, but I think it was $100 billion was given to Moderna and Pfizer for vaccines. Not to mention these crap holes got like $200 billion to make those little testing kits like Chloe had. She tested herself the other day. $200 billion. So we spent a lot of money in 2 years to contain something that's basically like the flu. And yet we went into lockdown. China's still in lockdown, by the way, for some whatever reason. But we can't blame China for trying to contain it. They have like 1 billion people. India, the same. I mean, literally. People went into lockdown, and yet they were living on their savings. And now they're running out of savings. They needed to get back to work. Fortunately, a lot of people are worried about Christmas. I mean, literally, they're like, how about a stimulus check for Christmas? Look, a stimulus check is not going to help you at Christmas time. Most of you are going to waste on new TVs, video game systems, laptops, desktops, anything that's non-essential in your everyday life. And then you'll run to the advocates all over your country asking for handouts because you spent it foolishly, while I bought stacks and stacks of toilet paper, paper towels, food to survive. The difference is I put my money into stimulus, into the food, into the economy for food. And the stores that sold the food gave a portion of that money to the people that made the food. Whereas some of you turned around and literally bought non-essential junk. I mean, literally non-essential junkie. Sorry to say, but the American people need to realize that is why our country's gone down the toilet. The inflation's so high because you bought non-essential, Anyways, I'm trying to coordinate with my sister to visit her. So, we have our own website. Here we go. Travel. Yep. So, anywho, basically, the main American problem we have in this country is that you, the people, need to realize that we are going to suffer if we keep giving stimulus checks. Think of it. Let me tell you, the Democrats want stimulus checks. Hard to say. It's going to be on the backs of your grandchildren and great grandchildren, and a lot of them just want it so they can add a free Christmas out of the government this year. Free Christmas. We need a stimulus for Christmas. Really? You see Biden even thinking of stimulus? No, he extended food stamps. But the food stamps are going to be extended until he says the pandemic's over, and then he's turning it off, which means he turns off the extended food stamps, which saves billions of dollars in a year. You can sit there and say, well, I'm going to basic food stamps. It's only $14 a month. Yeah, but that $14 in food stamps also gives you free internet, free phone. Quit your belly aching, because a lot of people out there, they're going to lose their free internet, free phone. Then they're going to have to think about cutting into their finance. See, the government's trying to get everyone back to work. Plain and simple. To do that, we'll just cut them off. It's a good idea because, frankly, some people, they're using all their excess food stamps to either buy what they want junk-wise to eat and then buying everything else they need, crippling. You see, it cripples the economy more because they sit there and they say, oh, my family's getting $5,000 in food stamps, $250 each. Let's just say it's a family of, let's just say 2,500, family of 10, right? Family of 10 on food stamps, right? 2,500. They get cut off. What do they do? Oh, our internet and our phones off. And maybe that's because the government's saying, we're not your baby's daddy. Go to work. Literally, it's not our job to support someone that's living in a household of 10 or 12 or 14 on food stamps. And if they get the minimum, the basic minimum, they still get their phone and their freaking internet. But they're trying to cut off all these socialistic programs because it's time for people to go back to work. The virus wasn't that bad. Wear a mask if you feel like you need to wear a mask. Don't wear a mask if you're not going to wear a mask. You see where I'm going with this? The American people need to realize that Christmas isn't there for you guys to get a handout. I mean, look, you hear all these preppers say, oh, we need to worry about World War III. Again, don't worry about it. World War III ain't going to happen. And if it does, it ain't going to be a nuclear war. It's going to be a conventional war. Because, everyone knows that if we run out of fuel, oils in the world, there's no way to launch a nuclear attack. That's out, gone. Unless they want to wipe out the entire world, and then we all die, and then there's nothing left of the world. Maybe the cockroaches will be a planet of cockroaches. What, we all end up living in a city as cockroaches? I mean, think about it. Point is, the American people need to listen. You don't need to worry about anything but natural disasters, and you need to worry about our power grid. Oh, our power grid is only going to fail, people, if, quote, unquote, we basically overload it with the electric cars, which the Republicans, again, I'm playing devil's advocate, don't want the American people to be rammed down electric cars. But let's just say the Republicans get what they want. OPEC says, okay, you want our oil? $25 a gallon. $50 a gallon. Then people are sitting there hurting. $100 a gallon. Because they don't want to part with the oil. So they just keep raising it to the point where Americans have to go electric. And then they sit there and say, see, we win anyways. Meanwhile, the Republicans say, oh, we're not going to do the electric grid until gas is so high. They say, oh, we might have to start making major investments in our infrastructure, power grids, or airports and stuff. But then one day, they sit there and the government turns around and says, oh, we don't have any more oil in the world. We might as well get rid of those airports that took up so much space. Then what? You're going to start sending people around from New York to London on a helium balloon or a Zeppelin? Maybe. If they can make it so it doesn't burn up and explode. I mean, literally. I mean, the way the American people are thinking, they're not thinking inside the box. I mean, literally, you got to look at it. Republicans got their own agenda. Democrats got their own. But I don't support either of them. What we need is a healthy alternative where we can all come to the table to discuss the true problems of this world. without ramming down, oh, well, my market constituent right now, kill jacks need red, white, and blue that they believe in, need the gasoline cars. But when there is no gasoline, no propane, no acetylene, can't do any welding because the torque, the big fuel's out, no propane for Sister Pee-wee to heat her house, no natural gas for Higgins to cook on a stovetop if he ever does. He believes in microwave. That means we're all suffering. Give me 1 second. We're all suffering. Why? Because people don't want to believe in this stuff. Let me put it to you this way. If countries rely on oil, and they're holding their oil for either the highest bidder or hoarding it for themselves to keep powering their own planes, their own yachts, their own luxury toys, and everyone else suffers around the world, then that's their priority and prerogative. But what if we hoard all our oil and we're running low and we decide to go invade Kenya, Iran, Kuwait, Iraq again? All these oil nations we know doesn't have the might. All they're sitting on is oil. Yeah, think about it. Government could sit there and say, well, we took out half the oil countries for ourselves. Could be Iran. It could be Russia doing it. Could be Europe doing it. Could be America doing it. One country. It could be a World War III over oil. Think about it. That could be the next war that's coming up. Is not World War III with Russia and Ukraine, but World War III over oil. There was a game out there. It was like World War III, the oil war or something. Think about it. People don't even remember that. But you know what? The truth is you need to prep for all situations. That's the problem. That's the truth. Prepping for all situations is what you need before we all get blatantly in trouble and run out of stuff. No polymers, no phones. No phones. Well, think of it this way. Eventually, technology will run out. One day, you'll be sitting there and your phone won't work. So they might have to sit there and rewire, no offense, all the old wiring that they can reuse to wire your house in for regular telephone service. Cell phones will be gone. You'll be like, oh, cell phones will never. If the satellites can't be replaced and they can't be used, because satellites will run out of fuel eventually. But without the polymers to make things in this and this and this, no oil means no rocket fuel, which means no sending anything to the moon, which means no sending anyone to space or even to the International Space Station. The bigger picture is without oil, we need to think outside the box. We need to basically make our countries more self-sustaining in this world where we don't believe in too much technology. You sit there and say, oh, well, we need, really. Let me put it this way. A refrigerator has plastic polymers for hinges, metal for a door, rubber around the door, plastic in the door. Refrigerators would be no more. Some dryers wouldn't be available. Some parts might be plastic inside a washing machine. No offense to any of you people out there. I love all of you. But think of it. The technology would literally fail. Without washers and dryers, you'd be washing your clothes by hand. You'd be using a cooler. People would be sitting there making a phone call every day and bringing in the ice from the Iceman again. People would be having other things, refrigeration cooling trucks, let's just say refrigerator trucks and train cars. How is the train, picture this, runs out of fuel, is going to basically power the refrigeration cart. They're going to have to turn and calibrate a steam engine that runs on coal, that turns into something to make a coal-powered mini generator on the engine to power not only the lights for the passenger trains, but for powering the refrigeration carts. It'll be harder. They're going to have to build ice vehicles, if it's not electric-powered vehicles, to run ice vehicles. Vehicles that power ice, carry ice like the old days. Another thing that you got to look at is those people will have jobs again delivering ice. But that means farmers are going to have to move their products faster and faster in different ways because they can't, literally, companies can still make their foods, but, it'll be more canned added preservatives foods than literally surviving without the preservatives of the foods. The American people are going to see life change in a blink of an eye because without rubber, you cannot seal your freezers, your refrigerators, your dryers, your washing machines. Your stoves, your kitchen stoves could work until the knobs keep. How are you going to make polymers for the handles? You can make metal knobs and just be like, a metal knob with numbers. Think of it. They're going to have to regroup after all the technology has been good to them. And then they're going to have to accept that technology, some of it's gone. Think of television. Without polymers, your TV's no good. Hell, without polymers, your cell phones are no good. No one's going to basically be using a cell phone. Computer ordering is gone. Amazon will be Target online. You'll have to go to the store, but what if you can't get to the store because there is no fuel? Are you going to ride your bicycle on the ferry, off the ferry, and ride your bicycle and hope like hell there's an electric grid put in for public transportation? No, it takes time. Once they put in more telephone poles and more things along the grid so they power the buses, then you might have buses run the country that's electric, but that means everyone's going to have to rely on public transportation that's electric. Trains, they can electrify the entire country quickly with electric grid for trains. Yeah. But we would have to change our lifestyle. And I'm not talking about man becomes woman, woman becomes man. I'm talking about changing our lifestyle and not relying on technology. You'll have to wash your clothes by hand. You're going to have to wash your dishes by hand. Polymers that make your coffee pots. You might have to sit there and see someone come up with a non-polymer based coffee pot that's all something different that won't burn you, but will make your coffee in the morning, like a metal carafe with metal filter with, metal mesh. And literally think about it. You're going to see a lot of things change in technology. They might just say, oh, here's your coffee pot. Just put it on the stove and percolate your brew every morning. And then filter it so you don't have coffee grounds in your coffee. That might go that way too. Think about it. When technology fails, you're going to sit there like me. And you're going to read your books. Because you have books. Books are good. You're going to read your books. Book companies will be back in business. More likely encyclopedias every year for home. You're going to see other things being made in lieu of what you used to be interested in. Your Amazon and Alexa doodad, not working. Internet requires routers and polymers for the computer chips to run the router from the wall to the router to the Wi-Fi or hardwired. Your rubber requires it for the yellow cable that plugs into your Ethernet cables. Think about it. Everything that happens will be down the toilet. Hell, I bet you my friend Commander could write a book literally on the collapse of technology. Hell, I could too. I could probably write a huge volume on it. The repercussions of people relying on being good. I mean, look, the newer generation has been conditioned to go ape shit, bat shit, batty when the internet goes out and the phone goes and the power goes out. They're always glued to their fucking phone, and the power goes out. That means eventually the cell towers won't work, and the satellites won't work. Eventually, you have to regroup, start writing letters. I mean, look, letter writing's a dead art. I love writing letters. Letter writing is a dead art. Hell, I said the other day, if I had Tony's mailing address, I'd probably send him a Christmas card at least. And think of it. How many people write Christmas cards anymore? Not many. I think sending a quick email out, Merry Christmas, is a good thing, or a text message on Instagram or Facebook Messenger or Discord. Is that how life is supposed to be? Mm-mm. American people need to realize. Now, this isn't about red states versus blue. This is about the entire country eventually going down the toilet. People are worried about democracy, when democracy will fail around the world if technology fails. That's just the tip of the iceberg. And we got all these people battling and saying, oh, the Republicans are going to save us from the electric cars. No, they might just slow it down, but they're still going to force you to have it eventually when they realize that it's the only way to save humanity is an electric car. But by the time they pass those bills, there's two problems. You're out of oil. There's no computers and polymers to make computers. Gaming companies go out of business. Think about it. Without oil, no wires. No wires, no plastics, nothing to make your computer. Some of the computers require all that. The bottom line is the American people need to realize that when this stuff happens, computers are useless. That means Microsoft's dead. Microsoft's companies are dead. All those billions of dollars are spent to buy out up everything, and they fail. Without video games, without cell phones, we go back to the days of pen, and paper. Not a lot of people have the ambitions to write. By that point, people have to worry about another problem in this country and the world. No polymers means no webcams, which means YouTubers would fail. And without YouTubers maintaining the servers, because they don't have wire, they don't have hard drives, they don't have all this stuff that's used with oil, YouTube goes, and Google, and Microsoft, and Bing, and Lycos, Dogpile, Gopher, DuckDuckGo, Safari, Macintosh. You're going to see things change. You're going to see people walking down the street wearing leather or metal band watches or pocket watches. You're going to see people getting on a bus, working at the stock market, reading the newspaper every morning, seeing what's in the news. By the way, has anyone ever realized without wires and polymers? See, I tried calling Chloe and her phone didn't ring. You better got the right brand of coffee.
Morning Joe.
Oh, well, there you go. See, that's what I was trying to call about.
Starbucks Morning Joe. You got your dip in here.
So, what was I saying before Chloe interrupted me? Besides me interrupting myself over coffee. Thank you. I was talking.
That's what they had.
So they didn't have the skull cherry earlier. So you went in earlier. They had skull cherry.
They didn't have it earlier.
You didn't tell me that. I hate the blue's okay. I don't like the green. Anyways, what was I saying to you all? I can't remember. The point I'm making is without oils to make the polymers, computers are dead. When we run out of oil, we're dead. Countries are going to have to readjust these. No offense, Chloe. I consider Chloe a millennial, but Chloe's not the traditional millennial, okay? Most of the millennials and the generation after the millennials, I don't know what they are, Gen Zs, I think.
Yes.
Fine. The Gen Zers and the other after the Gen Zers, what's after Gen Zs? AA?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, see, that only makes sense. Okay, so here's the kicker. Those are the ones that are going to be basically losing their fucking mind completely without their computers, without their video games, without anything. Chloe, I think, could handle it. She'd have to just readjust her brain settings up there to rewire herself to realize the technology's gone. Another thing that if polymers ran out, so I guess Chloe's going to her room.
I'm listening.
Polymers run out. I want to get Chloe's opinion eventually, anyways. Is
I'm going on to your video.
fine. Is that the old transistor radios won't work. You couldn't buy a tube to plug in because radios were around before TV. They used to be called the wireless. So what if the wireless don't work anymore? Huh? Radios don't work, huh? How are you going to listen to your radio then? You can't unless they rework it without needing wires and resistors. They could probably start using a recycle program. Is there any coffee in this one? No. A recycle program. See, I'm recycling the can. See, a recycle program where they recycle all the wires and items that are damaged or dead. You get mandatory recycling. So you go in, maybe they give you $10 to go towards a new radio or something, then they can reuse it. Same with TVs. I mean, literally, they can sit there and say, "Oh, you got a 80-inch TV? We'll give you $100 for it. You can go buy a new TV. We'll recycle everything in it so you can keep your." Being a woman, I don't have any strength. It takes me a while to open the stuff. So. One of the favorite things in the world is I love the smell of this. How much coffee's left in that other can? Not nearly enough. Let's do it this way. Not even a scoop. Couldn't even make 4 cups of coffee out of that one son. I love my morning coffee. It's always good, by the way, to alternate your coffee so you don't get tired of one blend. Another prepper's tool. So, anyways, something to think about. So, what do you guys say? They can recycle radios, they can recycle computers, but they would have to make sure they're still working condition. Most things like motherboards overheat, cracks, fractures, hard drives fail. So they would have to start rebuilding computers if they keep it going by recycling everything, mandatory. Like, say, for example, you have a drawer of wires you don't know what to do with, like Higgins. You just recycle them, and they give you a couple bucks, and they reuse them or something. I mean, it could be coming down to the wire where everything gets refurbished and recycled. Phones cracked like this, well, they can recycle it. Old phones like this that are sitting around on eBay, $300-400 for a used flip phone, they can recycle them. Old pocket TVs, oh, well, we can recycle those. They might got some wires in it. So, or some of these battery-powered TVs, they can turn around and rebuild the analog. You have 2 systems, maintain and recycle and reuse parts for the digital receivers, but also bring back the analog. So some people, it could be 2 systems. You can have analog and digital, depending on, things. Oh, well, you want analog? Okay, just buy an antenna. Your little box TV works again. I mean, they could start recycling all those. They could sit there and take some steel, recycle some stuff, and build an analog and a digital network. I mean, literally, without destroying everything. They could recycle a lot of stuff. I mean, literally, the country could go down that way. If we run out of oil, we can recycle everything. And then, while at that, you can also give jobs to people that go into the sewage treatment, or not sewage treatment, the dumps around the world, and start recycling things. Oh, roofing materials that are shake and shingles, grind it up, make it into compost or mulch or wood chips. You got nails, take all the nails, put all the nails, have someone go and sort through all the nails, use a magnet maybe, and recycle the nails. And we think of it this way, everything could start to be recycled. Then nothing is wasted. Your writing paper, let's just say you want to recycle some of your newspapers. You just recycle them, they reuse them again somehow. I mean, literally, we can go down that path of recycling too. Fortunately, like I said, the American people are going to realize that that's the only way we're going to survive as a society, is if the people realize that, it's not about politics. It's more about a way of life. And the way of life is being damaged, literally, by both parties. So we can go and sit there and vote for the Democrats because you want your abortion rights and your sex changes and your breast implants covered and everything else. When you vote that, then you're going down the rule of socialism. Now you can go vote Republican, I'm playing devil's advocate here, and vote for dictatorship. And again, we won't have anything. Biden says you'll have nothing and be happy, really. Well, we won't have anything if we don't basically pull together as a unit, as a person, as a country, as a world and fix the problems at hand. But no one wants to. And I'll explain why once we get done with the bathroom. This is really important information. You see, if we don't recycle now, we won't have technology in the future. Technology will be, quote unquote, dead. Everything and most everything can either be recycled and reused, or we'll just fill up landfills till it's all destroyed. The American people uses too much resources and then believe that their party is right. No party's right. Think of it. You got Democrats going all about wrong way for electric cars. You got the Republicans trying to say gas cars are the only way to go. But then they don't understand, hypothetically. Trust me, I don't understand it myself. The whole thing about greenhouse gases is greenhouse gases causing the hurricanes to be category 5, category 6, category 7, category 9, category 500. And then you have tornadoes, category 5, category 6, category 7, category 9 billion. Think of it. So, anyways, the main thing is the American people need to realize that without technology, our economy's gone. Anyway, look at it. The stock market will crash because everyone's putting in the technologies. But what if there is no technology? You know? Ooh. Newspaper just updated the police blog. Let's look at it for a minute. I want to see how bad it is out here with crime. They say the Republicans are blaming on crime. Well, let's see. Okay. That's not a crime. Okay. So an employee did said there was a sex crime, which was false. Found property. Stolen mail. See, that's a crime. See, the crime's up. Stolen mail. Credit card. So one guy was outstanding warrant. Yeah. Malicious mischief was booked into jail. Wow. See, this is real news. This is real crime. Another news article: mail theft again. Found property again. Hit and run involving a fire hydrant. But PC cannot be developed. Probable cause cannot be developed. See, that's the interesting. Guy hits a fire hydrant saying he's throwing in a deer. For destruction. So they found some white powder, but it wasn't drugs. Mm-hmm. Documented storage shed was broken into. See, wow. Mm-hmm. Fraud call. Settled by contact. Okay, so probation violation with booze. Burglary. Brandished a weapon at deputy, fled on foot. Suspect is not caught and an investigation is ongoing. Yeah, they caught him like 2 days later, 3 days later. So, probation violation. Wow, you see, this is real news. This one was a welfare check. Individual was taken to the hospital for a mental evaluation. Mm-hmm. No license, no ID, and no insurance. And the person driving the car wasn't supposed to be driving, so they gave them an infraction. Mm-hmm. Reported to a tobacco purchase, a local business given to a minor. Oh wow, that's real news. Wow. Mm-hmm. Investigation. So someone got assaulted. They want to push assault charges. Crime occurred. All parties agreed to separate for the night. Wow, all parties. Wow. Investigation continues. You see, this is interesting news. They say crime's up on our island. Let's see. Scammer. Someone got scammed. The report was interesting. Yes, this is circumstances. Site of a person wanted in previous reporting burglary. The person was located and taken into custody. Yeah, that was 3 days later. See, I told you the guys had. Vehicle single vision. Fake money. So if someone's using counterfeit money, that means the Secret Service will be out here to investigate that one. Probably from Seattle as usual. Let's see. This is Monday. Person reported business enters over the week. Some items were missing. Evidence gathered at scene and report was taken for theft. Caller received an email saying the party had hacked her business was in the house unless she paid 3,000 Bitcoin. Caller stated her website didn't appear to be hacked. She was suffering no loss. She did not send any. Follow up, so commercial burglary. Someone broke in, stole some stuff, apparently. See, and they say, violent crimes are up. Right. Like a street sign. AirPod was dead. See, funny news. Civil dispute. Water from shared well. If you kind of involved party, yeah. See, an in custody individual hospital. If they were seen by EMS, an injury occurred before entering the jail, and that needed to be evaluated further. Return to jail. Report was see. This is not So it was not related to open cases. Okay. Kidnapping. Investigated. San Juan, listen to this. Here it is. Here's where I made my claim. Deputy of San Juan Island took a report of fraud. The victim of their partner, they're not my partner, they're my roommate. I got to clear that up. borrowed their debit card and partner doesn't remember making the purchase of approximately $30. Individual wanted to report that there might be a credit card skimmer on the island. The report was completed. Order violation. Protected party. One individual spoken to and pursue an order violation. See? Partner. Can you believe that? Chloe's watching this. Chloe's probably sitting there laughing her ass off about now. Partner. No, she isn't. Hello? Are you there?
You're over.
Come on out for a second.
Hold on.
People lose their mind. I think we need to have a little chat with the sheriff again.
What?
Receipt. Let me read you this.
Okay.
Deputy on San Juan Island took a report of fraud. The victim let their partner borrow their debit card, and the partner does not remember making the purchase of approximately $30. The individual wanted to report that there might be a credit card skimmer on the island. The report was completed. Partner. I said roommate. Didn't say partner. I said roommate.
They're incompetent and they're targeting.
Yeah.
They're trying to find something to dirt on me.
Dirt on you. Why?
They want me off this island.
I can't believe they said partner. Now, I'm not partnered with Chloe. No, I'm partnered with Zoe. If Zoe ever gets back to me, which is highly unlikely.
Give it time.
Dinky messaged me asking if she's contacted me about her Christmas stocking.
Okay, so tomorrow I'm going to do laundry tomorrow.
Okay, it's a good deal.
All day tomorrow.
Well, we have enough food for 3 or 4 days.
Your friends are coming out. I should get this place clean tomorrow. Just stay in and clean.
They said they're coming out this way Monday.
Monday?
They're leaving for their vacation for 10 or 14 days on Monday.
We like to find out when so we both have time to get ready.
They already know this. You see, they already know this, but the thing is she said she doesn't know what day she's coming out. She's kind of upset that she might have to pay full price for her wife due to the fact that they only have a handicap placard that says they're disabled by the doctors. Otherwise, they don't have anything else.
Wow. That's like $14. Let's be
checking. $15.90. Theirs is $55.30 between 14 and 22 feet for their vehicle. Me and Chloe drove a U-Haul on the ferry 4 years ago. It cost me $400. Now they're charging $800 for that same truck. Those of you who don't want to drive a U-Haul on a ferry boat, do they?
Yeah. I am going to.
Let me tell you, I didn't like the truck anyways. Back in the day, U-Hauls, big trucks are diesel. Now they're gas. So you're paying more fuel just to move it from one side of the country to the other.
I was watching something on YouTube about how Bobart's having a meltdown.
So everyone, I'm going to be here for 8 more minutes. 4 hours, and then I'm out because I want a game the rest of the night and dinner, which is going to be some buffalo chicken bowl with mac and cheese, or that's what it is. The other stuff's in here. I had to make room for Chloe's Kansas City stuff. I got some Parmesan chicken bowl here, and that, and some pizzas. I might do the pizzas tomorrow. That'll be tasty. Staying in, we got a milk copy now for a few days. Got to talk to. Hopefully, Chloe will game out here tonight when she's ready, and she'll do her chores tomorrow. To the fact that, I would like to discuss groceries with her tonight while I'm gaming. I think discussing things while gaming is a better turn of events. And
I'm gonna watch that video where it's on YouTube.
So, anyways, got a lot to do. Hold on. What is this guy squabbling about now? Let me see. Give me a second. Yeah, I want to see this. You might see me a little longer than that. I might have to game tomorrow. All right. Since this is my channel, you get to see me do unedited stuff. I want to see what this guy is saying. Hmm. First of all, I'm watching this video for you guys. Secondly, this guy speaks half truths. Okay, he's a prepper. He said, quote unquote, that people that stick their head in the sands willy nilly and don't do anything, that's fine and dandy. But like I said, we have 33 days till the election. He's claiming that there's going to be something happening the day after election. Maybe, maybe not, but you got to take his words like a grain of salt. All I'm telling you guys is to keep prepping no matter what. Let's continue. So basically, he said, 50% of the people say nothing's going to happen. That might be true. That's why I keep telling you just to keep prepping. This guy's got 50% truths so far. Let's continue. All right. So first of all, he's saying the Democrats are trying abortion's the issue. No, the number one issue is democracy. I'll be right back. You see, the general problem is is democracy. He's claiming abortions, but abortions aren't working anymore, I think. Trust me. I know what I'm talking about. Let's continue. First of all, he talks about crime as number one. No, it isn't. I just read you the crime reports here. What do we got? One guy waving a knife. They arrested him 3 days later. Credit card fraud, debit card frauds, other frauds. Yeah, that's basically out here on the island, a blue democratic island. That's it. Scanner goes off. They're usually like dog got scared. Now the police are looking to find out why doggy is scared. You see, crime, unless you're in a big city, crime doesn't matter. He's talking about political. I don't read political, so I don't give a shit. First of all, he says, under half truths, they want to defund police. I've never heard this. I've read a lot about it. I've looked it up time and time again the last 9 months. Only like 3 cities want to defund the police. The rest, they're not defunding it. So most sheriffs and police are incompetent, but that's a different story. Let's continue. Actually, this guy is wrong. He says the economy's hurting. It's not the Democrats' fault. Maybe they borrowed too much, maybe. But the problem is a lot of women out there putting abortions on the ballot. A lot of transgender people are saying democracy is being attacked because of who they are, gays, lesbians, bis, etc. Fortunately, the economy doesn't mean jack shit for people because if we can survive 1929 to 1941 in a Great Depression by surviving, we can balance our budgets to do it. I mean, look, food stamps are going to be sold December, extended food stamps. So people will be eating. So this guy's completely wrong, unless you're working, and then, well, that's a different story. He doesn't seem like he's working. It seems this guy who's got, hold on a sec, has 90,000 subscribers. People are buying into his BS. Let's continue. Not important, in my opinion. Let me just say, my father-in-law, he's right about that. CNN, MSNBC, people do turn in to watch whatever they want to believe in because they believe that's real news. I don't believe in any of it. I believe it's all fear tactics. You heard it from me. Republican news agencies, fear tactics. Democrat news agencies, fear tactics. Take it all with a grain of salt. Plain and simple. Again, He turns around and says people that watch The View are insane. I don't know. I don't use The View as news worthy information. I find that if it's on TV and I've heard about it, but I've never focused on it, then it doesn't matter to me. The View to me is probably utterly crap, anyways. You heard it from me. Ooh. Talking about oil now, like I said, the real reason that OPEC cut us down is they want to save as much oil as possible so they can power their own military vehicles. So we can't power our own so they can win a war if there was a war against the Americas, which is probably true. So let's continue about what this half truth guy's got to say. You see, this guy did tell 100% truth there. It's like I said earlier, OPEC is trying to change the election outcomes by trying to force everyone to go Republican. That's what I said earlier. That was my own theory. Let's continue. Well, ours is mail in ballots or drop it in the ballot box. So technically, we're not going to be telling our Republican or Democratic neighbors to not get to the poll. They just drop it in the box or they mail it out. So trust me, we have mail in ballots in the state. Same with Oregon. Not really, unless it's mail in ballots. Hmm. So this guy thinks differently. Let's look at this one because I'm curious. All right, cool. Let's see what this guy's got to say. So this guy here is talking about nuclear preparedness. The government bought some medications for radiation. Now he's trying to place fear in people, saying, we got to prepare for nuclear war. No, we don't. We have nuclear reactors everywhere in the United States that are 50, 60, 70 years old. If one of those failed, we would have to prepare to have this medication on hand in case those states have a meltdown of our reactors. It's not about nuclear war, it's about reactors. Think about it. That's why the government's preparing our outdated infrastructure. Nuclear power plants are outdated. Tony, if you're watching this later, I want you to think about something. I know you'll probably tune in tomorrow morning or when you get off work, which is my tomorrow morning. So if you're going to watch, as you call it, your queen, you can understand that. Check the years if there's nuclear power plants in England. See how old they are. Do some research. They'll tell you exactly why they need that medication. It's not about nuclear war. But let's see what this guy's got to say. Let's continue. So apparently last week Russia bought billions of dollars, apparently millions to billions of dollars, potassium iodine. Yeah, that's for nuclear radiation, and iodine is also used to treat our water. So technically, maybe Russia's thinking we might launch first. So think about that. Maybe they're just preparing a new Cold War. But the thing is, this is something you should not be worried about. Let's continue. Yeah, they're preparing for their reactors are too old.
Moppy. Moppy. Oh, pumps. It's okay. It's okay. Oh, I have a dog right here. Loves me. Loves me, and I love him. Hi, Pops.
So this guy's talking about quote that we the people need to carry potassium iodine in case a nuclear attack, because the government apparently stockpiling implate that is used for treating nuclear. Let's see what this guy's got to say. Great. Again, this guy's pissing in people's pools saying that we're going to go to war with China. Mm-hmm.
So
Not talking about anything else, people. We're not talking about going to war with Russia. Again, fear tactics. So me and Chloe will go out, we'll spend $22, right, Chloe?
Mm-hmm.
And we will keep iodine tablets on hand just in case of a nuclear raid. We live on an island. God put us here for a reason. But some people are so worried that they are panicked. Remember what I said, they're panicked. we're not going to have anything to worry about. This is what we call fear tactics. Now, I know Higgins believes this guy and believes everything this guy says, but for me, I don't buy it. We're not going to be going into nuclear war, literally. We're on an island anyways. The wind might blow radiation here, but Chloe and I will be protected for that part. Point being, this guy is basically blowing smoke. And if you believe him, then there is a problem because Americans need to realize to open up their eyes. You prep for your life. You prep like your life depends on it. That's all you need to do. You don't need to do anything else. So this guy is saying, quote unquote, that if we keep sending weapons to defend Taiwan and South Korea, that we don't have enough weapons to defend ourselves. Interesting. Funny as hell, you know, funny as hell. We probably have more weapons than we're leading on to believe, and again, smokes and mirrors. But I'll do that research for you and get back to you tomorrow on that answer. So this guy is saying we're trying to antagonize people so we can go to World War III because we want to be the police of the world. Again, we're not the police of the world, so don't buy into it. We're just trying to, I don't know, keep democracy alive, maybe. But then again, I think it's all smokes and mirrors with this guy. Fear tactics. Mm. So, okay, hold on. So this guy is saying that Google and the federal government that owns Google supposedly scrubbing, mind you, information is coming out of Russia and other countries, so we don't know what's going on. Maybe true, maybe not. It's a rumor, but let's continue because I frankly think this guy's funny. So this guy says, and I quote, that it's a rumor. Just mind you, it's a rumor. I'll have to do some research for you guys tomorrow. That Putin and his family is moving into his nuclear bunkers, his nuclear fallout shelters, because apparently the rumors coming out of Russia is he's preparing for a tactical nuclear strike on Ukraine. However, pay attention, everyone, because this is funny. Because me and Chloe, we're gonna place an order tonight. Chloe, we're gonna buy some potassium iodine just in case. A bottle, 2 bottles is $22. It's $11 each, $11.50. That will help us in case there is a nuclear radiation problem. Chloe and I are not going to take it sitting down, but if the rumors are true, you heard it from me. You better get some potassium iodine just in case. Just in case. I'll even add it to the preppers list tonight. What do you think, Chloe? Because if the rumors are true and he's moving into a bunker, we have to take account. I don't have it. I'm going to look into the things and get back to you. Truth
Didn't
facting.
you say he was going to attack us if Republicans don't win?
No, I didn't say anything of sort. Hold on. Rumors.
It's rumors. I haven't seen anything on the news about it.
Okay, let me just say, first of all, this guy is saber rattling. First of all, he says Putin bought like $100 million, $100 million to start with of potassium iodine tablets. The United States has a contract for like $300 million in a bank where we're buying as needed of Implate. Now, Implate is a blood coagulant to protect from nuclear radiation. Now, from his standpoint, 250,000 doses would cover all our troops in Europe. Other countries like Poland and Europe is now buying potassium iodine like crazy and Implate, gearing up for a nuclear attack, supposedly. Okay. Think about it. If that's the truth, you better get your iodine tablets. I'll put it in the preppers list just in case. But anyways, the United States would counterattack Russia if Russia attacked Ukraine. Well, first of all, the guy's full of crap because Chloe is smarter than this guy here, because Chloe would say the United States can't attack Russia because Ukraine ain't part of NATO. That's true. As long as Ukraine ain't part of NATO, they can't attack. We could just sit on the sidelines and watch people die in Ukraine.
That was an easy plus. Oh, yeah. I should do this.
So he says, if you don't want to hear the truth, the channel ain't for you. That's what I keep telling you guys. The truth is, these preppers out there claiming nuclear war is imminent. We're all going to die. I mean, look at, we're not going to have to spell the news, but I'd like to say something to Chloe, okay? We're going to say it in code words so we don't scare anyone, okay? That Northern man claims that we're going to all be dead by 2027. So if we're going to be dead by 2027, what's the point of prepping?
CP?
Yeah, CP, yeah.
CPA?
CPA.
CPA? How about this? He's about crazy.
And this guy says, keep an eye on North Korea and China. Yes, we will keep an eye on them, but it's just saber rattling.
I'll just call him Prepper, who's born Prepper from the same country as my dad.
Okay.
Or Prepper from my dad's country, right? Just saying.
So basically, this guy says, and I quote, that if President Putin, gotta use the restroom, decides to disappear for a while instead of doing his speeches, we need to worry. Maybe. But me and Chloe will be prepared here in the bunker just in case, because frankly, we ain't leaving unless we have to. And Chloe, if she's got lots of food stamps, she better start stockpiling what she needs and get it in within 5 to 7 days just in case, including her potassium iodine tablets, which we're going to be buying. I might buy a bottle tonight, 2 bottles, 4 bottles. I'm going to make sure that Chloe and I don't die, even though she's my roommate. People claim partner. Chloe was my partner. She'd be paying me back $70,000. Just saying. See, I'm trying to be funny here. Just saying. Come on, you gotta have that.
Yeah.
Humor
What's this potassium thing do?
Protects you from radiation sickness. It's what they invented so you don't die.
So the one's more likely to nuke us is the far right. They're all talking about civil war. Heading into another war.
First, let me just say for you preppers out there before I play the last video, you got to take it with a grain of salt, okay? All these preppers are sitting there saying, oh, you know what? The best course of action is to buy the potassium iodine and hope like hell nothing happens. But if something does happen, you're prepped. Keep buying your rice and beans. Keep buying what you need. And stay strong and safe. Right, Chloe?
Yep.
Thing is Chloe knows me. Last night I was playing my game, right? And Chloe is falling asleep. True story. She was falling asleep. I finally put her to bed. Chloe says, are you going to bed? I said, no, I got some research to do.
Listening to you.
I'm going to have to find a new word so she doesn't get triggered over it, okay? I'm trying to be polite here. So anyways, I put her to bed, right? And then she says, you going to bed? I said, Nanka. Gotta work. Chloe says, you always work. I said, look, people of my prepping channel need to know the truth. So the truth is, keep prepping because we're not out of the woods yet. This one is about money, so I want to hear this.
another chest.
Hmm.
Oh, man.
Silver Eagles are cheaper.
Come on. He's free.
Right. Exactly. Mm-hmm. All right. So this guy was talking about something important. All right. So I just went online to look because I've said this 2+ years ago, almost 3 years ago. Let me just tell you what's going on. Okay. When Chloe wanted to make some stuff a long time ago, investments with her retro check, she asked me because she had a huge check, $140,000 check for disability. She asked me to stockpile in the safe. That's why the safe's always locked. Silver and gold eagles. Yeah, coins. You don't have to file them on taxes. Hopefully, I won't get interrupted with her mumbling because this helps her out eventually.
I'm listening.
So the gold eagles and the silver eagles. The silver eagles has tripled to quadruple in price. We paid $300 for 20 silver eagles, 25 silver eagles. They're going for like $900 right now. So what does that mean? Chloe's sitting there going, well, what do you mean? It means as a prepper that Chloe did prep, her silver eagles are worth 3 times the amount because there's a gold and silver shortage. So in case something happens and she needs real currency, we also keep some cash on hand. We don't touch that cash. She knows if the complete banking system takes a dump, we have enough money probably for at least 6 to 12 months of rent in cash, not including our silver and gold eagles that we are sitting on because Chloe wants that. She has it for 2 reasons. If something happens to me, she can pay my funeral. If something doesn't happen to me and the banking collapse happens, we have cash on the barrel. Chloe says, oh, well, what's that mean? It means that Chloe, being smart as she is, even though sometimes she's dumb as a box of rocks, she should pay me back. But, the main thing is that money is there to pay in case you got to buy groceries. One Gold Eagle is equivalent to $50. Now, if the banking system collapses, there you go. So let me go over this real quick. I want to share with you this stuff. 2020 American Silver Eagles, mint certified, one roll, $852. 852 quid. $10 face, 90% pure silver. 90% pure silver, $260 for $50, a roll of $50. Roaring Lion, 1 troy ounce, a roll of 30, out of stock. 2019 Roaring Lion, out of stock. American Silver Eagles, out of stock. 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 So, unless you're willing to pay for $50 or dimes or 90% silver, mercury, or your silver Roosevelt dimes, you can buy. Buying one single American Silver Eagle will cost you $37. So if you want 20 or more, let's just click on this. If you want 20, if you want a roll of them, 20, $38.43. So 20 of them is $38.43 each. A Buffalo round, sold out. Sold out. World Wildlife card, $28. So, that is just for that. Now, the reason I suggest silver coins is because you don't need to fill the tax man on silver coins or gold eagles, silver eagles, because, or, the maple leaf or the kangaroo or whatever, because, frankly, you need to know that the American people aren't going to be paying. By the way, Chloe's probably curious about gold. Gold is, let me look real quick for gold eagles, because people are stockpiling. There's a shortage because every prepper that has some extra money is stockpiling this way. I told my cousin Dinky, buy gold, buy silver. Let's see, 2,000. Hey, I want to see this. What is this? What is these? So you're paying $57 per coin for a 2-ounce British silver 2-door. No, you ain't getting anything. So one is $55. So if you want 20 of them, you're paying 10's 506 and 10 is 30, and you're probably paying like $1,400. So let's just go over to Gold Eagles, okay? Gold Eagles. One Gold Eagle, not the 1/10, but a full golden eagle, not a 1/4, not a 1/2. Right here. $1,898.67 per coin. Of course, you guys got to ask us. Chloe paid like $1,199 an ounce 2 years ago, right? So what does that mean? Well, each coin, and you see it says notify. So half of the pages here are out. So you could sit there and say, well, what about a roll? Okay, let's just talk about a roll. Okay, we're going to look at this place for a second. A roll, right? We're going to go a roll. One roll of American Eagles or Silver Eagles is approximately $743.20. 20 coins. Silver Eagle, $739. Canadian silvers, the maple leaf. Again, if you need to get silver, you can even invest in maple leaf, $721. Canadian silver maple leafs, $761. So say you want to buy silver Washington quarters, one $10 roll is $235 per roll. If you go down here, you can even look at all these cheaper ones sold out in stock alerts. Now, say you want a tub of coins. I think they call them tubs. All right, let's just go. I think it's called a tub. All right, let's see. I think it's called a tub. Here we go. So a tube, these are tubes, by the way, again, all out of stock, you see. It's not there earlier, so I just don't know. Maybe it's a case. Let me see. Is it called a case? Because there is something. Here we go. That's a case. No. Here we go. Monster box. 2016 American Silver Eagle box. Okay, this is the monster box. 500 coins. Stored away in emergency. Out of stock. 500 coins. Let's go down the list. Another box. Out of stock. Out of stock. You sit there and say, oh, well, all out of stock. Let's put in box and see what we pull up here. Because frankly, here we go. 1 ounce American Silver Eagles, a box, 500 coins, $18,000. 1 ounce silver maple leaves, $14,430. American Silver Eagle coins, Philadelphia Type 1, $24,000. So, if you didn't get your silver now, you missed the boat. You can still buy, but you'll be paying more. And then when you do get it, let's just put in monster box, right? That'll nail our search down. Okay. So, sold out. Look at this. 99% of them are sold out. They're not carrying them. Does that tell you something? Silver is gone. Is there any more coffee in there? I think no. Might have to make some more. All right. So, what does that tell you guys? Chloe's basically sitting there playing her game going, oh my God, my investment's tripled. Yeah, but if she went to sell it back to the coin shop, because we bought it online, they take their 20% off the top. So why did she invest in it? Because I told her to. Why? Because she knew that this was part of her prepping thing. This isn't just to sit around and say, oh, well, I mean, look, her mom thought she was stupid to invest. But you know what? Tell me one thing. But Chloe's mom sits there and bitches that Chloe could have bought a car. Chloe might have did the best investment possible for prepping. She's decided she's going to put up or shut up. And she decided to put up and shut up and deal with this island living because, frankly, she knows that this island might be the safest place in case of civil war, nuclear war, World War III. Yeah. The best course of action? You didn't buy your silver or gold, you missed the boat. But don't worry. You can still invest in food, water, and iodine tablets.
What do you think about World War III?
Well,
it's not going to even happen. There's a lot of people say it won't even happen.
Well, since she asked the question, I still got a few minutes till Dad calls. I'll tell you my opinion on World War III. It's actually an interesting concept that I'm going to answer tonight.
We're more likely going to see a second American Civil War before we see World War III.
Highly unlikely too. But since Chloe asked, and if she wants me to keep answering the question, I'm going to have to answer it without interruptions. You see, right now, the preppers out there, you got CP who claims we're already in a nuclear war. Maybe, maybe not, but you know what? The best idea I can tell you is buy some iodine tablets, just in case. Civil war happens, there'd be more problems than anything. The U.S. can basically strategically drop a nuke on any of these people trying. The U.S. has the nukes. There you go. Civil war, unlikely.
Well, you got MTG calling for it. You got other Republicans.
Yeah, and they're just using the word, trying to drum up support. You know, the thing is remember what I said, you preppers, okay? Because I'm getting ready to leave, all right? Is this. PP, that's what I'm nicknaming him, said, we just got to keep our eyes open. So, I'm not in the dark. Keep your eyes open goes like this. American people need to realize this. Keep your eyes and ears open. If you're a rumor who goes to a bunker and that he's doing speeches all over the country in Russia, it's a rumor. Now, if he disappears, that's when you start double prepping, just in case. Now, a lot of people have asked me time and time again to ask what to look for. My emails are all the time. I'll tell you. If you want to watch other preppers, go for it. Because the other preppers, half-truths. Truths from the pudding. Are we going to have a banking collapse? Who knows? You going to prep for it? Go ahead. Prep what you can. Don't bankrupt yourself doing it. But other preppers, they're there to make a living on YouTube. That's all they're doing. They're literally living in fear. Fear, I tell you. You wake up in the morning, you see someone say something like, we're living in fear. Fear. Truth's in the pudding. Why is the truth in the pudding? Because it's fear. Fear tactics. Remember what I said. With all this crap going on, you either believe polls or don't believe polls. Someone says, oh, you got the MSNBC and CNN spewing all this crap. Really? Let me put it this way. Someone who believes in neutrality, CNN and MSNBC, it's all fear tactics. Fear tactics. Fox News, ONN, Newsmax,
Fear tactics, all of it is.
Truth Media, whatever you want to call it, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram. You got to analyze everything you read. Truth check it, fact check it. That's what I do. Why do you think I spend so long on these YouTube videos telling you what's going on? You get the unedited version every day with me. And every day I tell you, keep prepping. I mean, look, we got 32 days till the election. 32 days. And yet, they're saying, oh, what you got to prep for is the day after the election. I say you're wrong. You got to prep before and after the election. Prep before, because what if they decide, just a hypothetical, think about it, chew on it, they decide to turn off the power to the country, claim Russia did it or China did it. Oh, wow, that means no voting unless the voting machines are down. Mail-in ballots, that'll work, but what about the rest? Think about it. It's a hypothetical.
Done all by paper.
You see?
You write your name in on a piece of paper, like in the old days.
You see? Exactly. Problem? It ain't gonna happen. Now, I said it was a hypothetical on the power going out. A hypothetical. Will it happen? More likely not. Will war happen? Well, let's just put it to you this way. Republicans claim we're not taking this sitting down. They claim that inflation, which is caused by Biden, is causing the problem. Fortunately, it's not the inflation that's causing the problem. The problem is it's not the government's job for price control. Government can't do it. You pay what you pay. So if you want to sit there and blame Biden for it, go for it. Me? I'll blame both parties. Why? Because we got one party pitting it against the other, fear tactics, and they're not coming together to quell the problem. Problem is, each party is in fear. Each party is living in fear. They're throwing mud at each other. It's like reading an article today, everyone. I told Chloe about this article. She smiled. Well, of course she would. It said, by December, right before the new Congress takes over, sometime in December, they're going to start indicting people like Donald Trump in Georgia. Wow.
Apparently, FBI is looking to indicting Hunter Biden now.
Really?
Yeah, over something.
Never read that one, but I'll truth fact that one. Problem is,
ABC said it, and MSNBC has been saying this.
I'm going to look it up real quick, people. Me look. Trying to enjoy my candy, too. Tax crimes. That was 8 hours ago by BBC. So apparently a U.S. attorney in Delaware appointed by President Trump wants to go after Hunter Biden. Evidence of tax and gun fraud. Taxes and making a gun straw purchase, maybe? I don't know. You know, if that happens, it's just more political mud. They charge the Republican judge charges Hunter Biden. Right? Let's just play along here for a second. Charges Hunter Biden. Republican state like Georgia, a New York state like Georgian state's red, New York state's blue. Decides to charge President Trump. It's tit for tat. They're just basically doing what they can. So, with that said, everyone, Please add and subscribe. Please post comments, leave feedback, suggestion, hit the like, subscribe buttons, wholesome fun for the family, including your dogs, cats, your bunnies, your service dogs, your service bunnies. Hit the like, subscribe buttons, wholesome fun for the family, including your dogs, your cats, your service bunnies. You hit the thumbs up button, the subscribe button, and hit the like button. And leave the comments nice as always. Thank you, and God bless you in everything you do.